The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ionia Pavasuk, Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, guest of Representative McLaughlin.
Good morning, everyone. Will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tukwayag.
Mr. Shebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile. Rep. Amabile.
Excused.
You can sit right here.
Armagost. Bacon. Byrd. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. Catlin. Doherty. DeGraff. DeGree Kennedy. Dixon.
Here? Okay, there's room on that.
Representative Dixon.
Where's your wife?
Excused.
Oh, she's on the wall. Duran.
Yeah. Well, you can go sit there if you want.
English.
You can sit on
Epps.
Here.
Evans.
and
Frizzell. Rep. Frizzell is here. Froelich. Garcia. Gonzalez Gutierrez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Herod. Holtorf. Judah. Joseph.
Thank you.
Kip. Leader.
Oh, you and
Lindsay. Lindstead. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow.
Here.
McCormick. Representative McCormick.
Excused.
McLaughlin. Rep. McLaughlin. Oh, is present. Michelson Janae. Ortiz. Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Sharbini. Sirota. Snyder. Rep. Snyder.
Excused.
Soper. Representative Soper. Oh. Story. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Velasco. Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. And Madam Speaker.
Here. No, I'm just so dependent. Members with 62 present, 3 excused. We do have a quorum. Representative Joseph, any impersonations for us today? Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
You know, today I don't have anything at all. I had no inspiration. I was waiting on Rep. Backenfeld to give me a good reason why everyone should vote aye, but he didn't give me a good one. But I still hope that you'll vote aye. I move that the Journal of Thursday, April 13th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Announcements. Representative Ortiz.
Members, it is Bingo Day. Today is Bingo Day at the Capitol. Your bright pink bingo bag is courtesy of the Colorado Charitable Bingo Association. This organization has been in existence for 30 plus years and represents all the licensed charities that take advantage of bingo raffles as their main revenue source for their community programs. Enjoy your bags and get out there and play some bingo. And just to make it more real, I want to let you know that your Mountain States Paralyzed Veterans of America, $200,000 to $300,000 of their budget every year comes from charitable bingo. So go out, play. Bingo's not just for here in the chamber when we get up to the well. Go out and play some bingo.
Thank you. Representative Froelich. Representative Lindsay.
Good morning, members. I just wanted to let you know today is Massage Day at the Capitol. So from now until 1 p.m., you can go to the old Supreme Court for a massage. Who doesn't need it this late in session? Go get a chance to relax those neck and shoulder muscles. Thanks.
Representative Garcia. Representative Garcia, are you ready? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is the bomb to serve with you.
It is the bomb to serve with you.
Members, I want to just point out and welcome the Student Council from Academia Ana Maria Sandoval Dual Language Montessori. 4th and 3rd through 6th grade, right over there. So make sure you all say hi because chances are some of these bright young kids will be serving in this very chamber in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to acknowledge that it is Northwest Chamber Alliance Day at the Capitol. Members from the Chambers of Commerce from Boulder, the Boulder County Latino Chamber, Broomfield, Lafayette, Louisville, Longmont, and Superior will be meeting with folks. Go by 352 anywhere between 9 and 12, and I'm sure they'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to welcome one of my constituents here. Welcome Miss Colorado, Savannah Kavanaugh, to the Colorado House of Representatives. Miss Colorado is from Edwards and is a graduate to both Vanderbilt University, where she's got her master's in business administration, and at the University of Texas at Austin, where she received her BBA in finance. Savannah is a champion for Healthy Lungs, Healthy Life, a national partnership with the American Lung Association. Thank you for your advocacy and positive representation of our great state. Welcome, Miss Colorado.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For many years, I've held this tradition of announcing what day it is nationally. There's all kinds of days that have national recognition. Well, Madam Speaker, I want you to know today is the National Day of Silence. The National Day of Silence history I'm going to share with the Chamber right now. As part of a class assignment on nonviolent protests, a University of Virginia student group organized the first Day of Silence in 1996. Since then, the National Day of Silence has been observed each year in April. Students are encouraged to gain permission from their school before organizing this event. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to know it's National Day of Silence. Some of us are going to observe that day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, members. Today, it's my great pleasure and honor for the Black Caucus to welcome the African Leadership Group to the House chambers. African Leadership Group was founded in 2006 by their founder, Papa Jah, I don't see Papa, but I see his daughter here. And there's going to be at least 100 of the African Leadership Group members here in meeting with different lawmakers today. This organization is focused on improving the lives of African immigrants within the Denver metro area, and they do a lot around leadership, public speaking. They do stuff to help with the community and to empower youth. So please welcome them. They're seated on this side.
Thank you, Representative Ricks. Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to acknowledge that this week is Black Maternal Health Week, and I wanted to read a quick data point for maternal mortality rates are significantly higher in the United States than in other developed countries. The likelihood of dying during or in the postpartum period following childbirth is 4 to 5 times higher for African American women. Undeniably, unconscious bias is a culprit of many of these preventable maternal deaths that occur during the labor and delivery and postpartum period. While the intent is to raise awareness and care providers and the community as to how we blindly silence the voice of African American mothers in distress, the solution, however, will be an inherent win for all women. Making postpartum and newborn home health care the universal standard of care for all women will ensure that we are creating a bridge of care from the hospital to the home, enabling early detection and intervention of these warning signs by professionally registered nurses. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative English. Members, we have a tribute. Representative McLaughlin and Representative Catlin. Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a tribute we'd like read aloud, please.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our tribute.
The Senate and House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby extends sincere commendations to the Southern Ute Indian Tribe, and Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. We are proud to recognize the state of Colorado's 2 resident tribes, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe of Ignacio and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe of Toyac, as well as their sister tribe, the Ute Indian Tribe of Fort Duchesne, Utah. The 3 Ute nations, currently made up of 7 bands, the Capita, the Moachi, Uncompahgre, Uinta, Weemanooch, White River, and Yampa, have played a unique and distinguished role in our state's heritage and culture since time immemorial. The contributions of the Ute nations to government, medicine, education, religion, the environment, economy, and military in our state constitute an ongoing and vital source shaping the Colorado we know today. The members of the Colorado General Assembly remain committed to maintaining strong, respectful relationships between our state government and the sovereign tribal nations with whom we share this state. On request of Representatives Barbara McLaughlin and Mark Catlin and Senators Cleve Simpson and Jesse Danielson, given this 14th day of April 2023, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you may be seated if you'd like to. Thank you. So Ute Day is an annual celebration of the government-to-government relationship between our Ute tribes and the state of Colorado. When we work together, good and lasting results happen. I am honored to join Representative Catlin today in this annual event. As the only representative of Colorado's 2 federally recognized tribes, the Southern Utes and the Ute Mountain Utes, and a friend of their sister tribe, the Ute tribe from Utah, I am proud to acknowledge the culture, wisdom, friendship, and history they bring to all of Colorado. We honor our state's relationship with you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Okay, I'm not sure my microphone is working. Is it?
Yell.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my honor today to welcome.
It's working.
Watch out. It's my honor today to welcome the Ute Nations to our capital. They've been friends, neighbors, and allies for a long, long time in the state of Colorado. They're leaders in original environmental care. They're the people that loved the earth before anybody started to think that was in style. They've done great things with their nation. If you go to the southwest part of the state of Colorado, you will find progress. You will find people working on land that has been theirs for generations. You can see businesses that are starting to take off. These folks have really done some amazing things. And we are proud today to have you with us. Your leadership has shown us all a lot of things that we can learn as a nation. It's Colorado's honor to have you in the Capitol building today. Thank you for coming, and thank you for being here as one of our members and one of our citizen groups that we are very, very proud of. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the elected members of the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe Council. We have Ute Mountain Ute Chairman Manuel Hart. If you could stand, please. Council Treasurer Darwin Whiteman. Council Secretary Lindrith Wall. And then we have many members of royalty and other tribal members that we'd like to have all of you stand today, please, so we can celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for third reading of and final passage.
Seeing no objections, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1155.
House Bill 1155 by Representatives Weissman and Bacon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the advisement of rights during a custodial investigation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1155 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1155 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Catlin, DeGraff. Representative Bottoms is excused. With 62 ayes, 0 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1155 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps and Dixon co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1182.
House Bill 1182 by Representatives Epps and Mabry, also Senator Fields and Gardner, concerning a requirement for remote public access to observe criminal court proceedings.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1182 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1182 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote? Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes. Sorry.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1182 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Dixon, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1276.
House Bill 1276 by Representatives Lindstedt and Vigil, also Senators Zenzinger and Pelton B, concerning the bridge and tunnel enterprise and in connection therewith, expanding the scope of the enterprise's power to include the completion of preventative maintenance bridge projects and allowing the enterprise to repair, reconstruct, replace, and maintain a fair-rated bridge under certain circumstances.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1276 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1276 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1276 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps and Dixon, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1261. Madam Majority Leader?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1261 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1261 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1262.
House Bill 1262 by Representatives Ricks and Bradley, also Senator Priola, concerning allowing a student to receive an associate degree from the Colorado Re-Engaged Initiative after earning a certain number of credit hours from a different institution.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1262 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1262 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Hamrick? Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1262 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1263.
House Bill 1263 by Representatives Garcia and Young, also Senators Zenzinger and Gonzalez, concerning translating individualized education programs for children who may be eligible for special education services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1263 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1263 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1263 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1275.
House Bill 1275 by Representatives Lindstedt and Weinberg, also Senator Roberts, concerning modifications to the performance-based incentive for film production in Colorado and in connection therewith, clarifying the definition of qualified local expenditure for payments to personal service corporations, requiring production companies to file information income tax returns regarding such payments, and eliminating the withholding exemption for payments to non-residents who perform services in connection with the film production for less than 120 days in a year.
Yeah, well done. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1275 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1275 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 15 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1275 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1250.
House Bill 1250 by Representative Puglisi, also Senator Pelton B., concerning a correction to the Colorado revised statutes to ensure that the Attorney General's powers and duties include concurrent jurisdiction with the relevant district attorney over the regulation of architects.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1250 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1250 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Bockenfeld, Degree Kennedy, Joseph. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1250 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1280.
House Bill 1280 by Representatives Joseph and Soper, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning the codification of the Colorado Access to Justice Commission.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1280 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1280 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1280 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps and Dixon co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1268.
House Bill 1268 by Representatives Lukens and Evans, also Senators Roberts and Pelton B, concerning changes to the process for a person serving a criminal sentence in Colorado for a conviction in another state to participate in a private treatment program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1268 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1268 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1268 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1259.
House Bill 1259 by Representatives Doherty and Evans, also Senators Zenzinger and Simpson, concerning provisions in the open meetings law for an executive session of a local public body and in connection therewith creating a local public body's right to cure violation of the open meetings law for an executive session, adding prerequisites for a person to challenge a violation by a local public body of the open meetings law for an executive session, and permitting a local public body to recover costs and attorney fees in an action for a violation by a local public body of the executive session provisions if the prerequisites are not met or if the local public body has cured the violation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1259 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a third reading amendment. So I move L005 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Representative Doherty, we first need to request permission.
I request permission for a third reading amendment.
Would you like to explain briefly?
Yes, this is a technical fix based on an amendment that was run yesterday.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is just one of those drafting errors that happens. We got to take like 3 or 4 words out of the title based on one of the amendments that we ran yesterday.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1259. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Hartsook. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1259, oh, sorry, I was just moving right along. Permission to offer a third reading amendment is adopted. Representative Doherty.
Thank you. Now I move L005 and request that it be displayed.
L005 is properly displayed. Any further discussion? Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to House Bill 1259. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives DeGraff and Froelich. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, and 1 excused, Amendment L005 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1259 as amended.
The motion before us is for the passage of House Bill 1259 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Epps votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Bradley. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 14 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1259 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we have a bit of business to take care of. Mr. Schiebel, please read the reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1273 as amended, 1274, Senate Bill 159 as amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 185 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 35 be amended as followed and also amended, be referred to the Committee on Legislative Counsel with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1041 is amended, 1048, 1091 is amended, 1136 is amended, 1158 is amended, 1194 is amended, 1197 is amended, 1201 is amended, 1209 is amended, 1212 is amended, 1215 is amended, 1218 is amended, 1226 is amended, 1228 is amended, 1241 is amended, 1244 is amended, 1249 is amended, Senate Bills 86, 143 is amended, 152, 155, 156, and 232 is amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1272 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1279 be amended as followed and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1285 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1284 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports
The
the following
printing
bills.
report will be printed in the journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 10:06 a.m. Senate Bill 232, House Bill 1285, 1279, 1162, 1197, 1228, 1241, 1244, 1266, 1287, 1245, 1041, 1091, 1102, and 1212.
The bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 10:06 a.m. Representative Froelich. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Froelich will take the chair.
Turned it on. Okay. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The court rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 60 until tomorrow.
Senate Bill 60 will be laid over until tomorrow. The Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move to lay over House Bill 1161 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1161 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Stiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 232.
Senate Bill 232 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning unemployment compensation and in connection therewith, reducing employer premium rates, creating support surcharge rates, and adjusting the allocations of employer premiums and support surcharge payments for the Unemployment Compensation Fund, the Employment Support Fund, the Employment and Training Technology Fund, and the Benefit Recovery Fund to comply with federal law.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 232 in the Appropriations Report.
to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just made a minor technical amendment to adjust something that had been added in the Senate to prevent an additional incurrence of $3.5 million general fund in out years. Ask for your aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 232. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this is a good business bill, and it also helps us comply with federal law regarding the unemployment tax that we levy. So, to comply with Federal Unemployment Tax Act requirements, our bill reduces the employer unemployment insurance premium rates by 10% across all rates in the standard premium rate schedule. The bill also places a cap on the amount of money that the Employment Support Fund can retain at the end of any fiscal year, and that cap is at $32.5 million. Any overflow collections that would otherwise go into that are beneficial to all of us in the state as they go to the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. We ask for your yes vote.
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 232. Is there any further discussion? All those seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 232. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1285.
House Bill 1285 by Representative Valdez concerning the requirement that a store use fees collected from single-use bags to purchase certain items for the store.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
All right, folks, 1285 is a pretty simple bill. 2 years ago, we ran 1162, which created the 10-cent fee on bags in the state of Colorado. Turns out there are some unincorporated areas and some areas where the municipality is really just too small to set up a program to accept the money. So what this does is it allows the merchant to keep that and use it on other environmentally friendly things. So we like this because it helps the merchants to be able to retain more of the share of the money and use it for things that are going to help Colorado be a beautiful place. Came out of committee very easily and would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we heard this in committee, and this is a fix to the unintended consequences of the first bill. So the bag fees that went out, especially in rural communities and small areas, didn't have the ability to collect the money. The government didn't know what to do. It didn't have a means to collect it, and the businesses didn't know how to get it to the government. What this does is allow the businesses to take that fee that's still required to collect and reinvest it either in used bags or something else that does the purpose of recycling. It cuts down on their fees of having to develop a transfer sheet to send money to the government and incur all those additional costs for software, programming, everything else that's involved with that. It allows the business the opportunity to make its choice. How does it want to work within its local community to best suit what that community needs? So we would urge an aye vote on this.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just up here to say I'm amused by this bill, or by the bag tax in general. We're going to spend this body, or on the climate side, looking at spending hundreds of billions of dollars per year to sequester carbon. And this bill, after the paying for the software, the programming, blah, 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 plastic and that sequestering of carbon dioxide through $100, or once they get it down to that, it'll really be more like $600 or $700 per ton instead of $100. These plastic bags, or plastic in general, sequesters about 6 pounds of carbon dioxide per pound of plastic. So if you really wanted to get serious about sequestering carbon dioxide, what you would do is you would encourage the use of these plastic bags and make it illegal to recycle them. And then you would have them in landfills where they would they would be for hundreds of years as opposed to paying $100 per ton. So just in general, these the way we're going about climate is complete buffoonery. So I would vote no on this. And then if you really wanted to, you would encourage plastic bags, and then you would encourage not recycling them if you really were serious about carbon dioxide and sequestering it. So just a point of amusement.
Representative Bottoms.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. I do know that this is kind of a fix for some unknowns within the first bill. I wasn't here for that bill. That was last session. I do have a very strong stakeholder that has told me that I need to get up and say how bad both of these are. And I try to listen to my wife as often as possible, so she does not like these bills at all, and I don't either. And I think they're silly and cause a lot of problems, so I vote no on this. Thanks, hon.
Is there any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that L002 to HB 1285 be displayed. I would move L002. Sorry, Alex.
That amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just your average, standard, everyday petition clause, just moving from a safety clause to a petition clause, just seems like a lot of these safety clauses have gotten in there inadvertently, and this does not seem like it rises to the occasion of immediate health, safety, and welfare of our community. And so it would be better to just put on a petition. I don't think it changes anything. It's just a matter of good governance to say petition clause and save the safety clauses for when they are really legitimate and really needed. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
I also rise in support of this amendment. I think we need to get back to using the petition clause more often. I understand the safety clause has its place, but on legislation like this, I just think that it's overboard, over the top, so I urge an aye vote.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Representatives DeGraff and Winter. I'm not necessarily opposed to a safety clause, but the issue here is that we have an issue that's ongoing with merchants and the retention and the record keeping that goes into that. They need solutions sooner than later. And I know everybody here wants to deliver results for those small businesses just as soon as we can. And in that case, I would ask for a no vote here. Not that I particularly oppose it, but we do want to make sure that we get this rule changed so that those merchants can go ahead and change their business. So I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you very much.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I completely respect that opinion of my colleague. I would say still it's not a matter of immediate safety, health, and welfare, but I do understand the need to get that clarification, and I would like to take his wording as perhaps a warning, because here we are. This bill went in last year, and we've already got to fix it this year. So we're already fixing stuff that was just, so I would take that as an admonishment, perhaps, to this body that we're maybe passing 700 pieces of legislation in a year without fully vetting them in consideration would be worth reflection, and that we could get back to good governance. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The question before us is Amendment L002 to House Bill 1285. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Luck.
Thank
you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question to the bill sponsor. So if I'm right, the folks started to collect these fees in January of this year. And so this applies to the second quarter of this year. The money that has been collected by the people impacted so far, do they just get to like what happens to that? Are they on the hook for it, or it just is kind of a wash and no worry? They can use it on whatever. Like, yeah.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Representative Luck. My understanding is they'd be able to use it for the permissible uses in the bill, which would be the purchase of cups and food containers and those sorts of things. So they'd be able to keep it with the designated purpose that we stay on track with our environmental goals of making sure that the materials are compostable or degradable, but they can go ahead and use those funds that they've already collected for that program.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess where my confusion is that it says in the second calendar quarter of 2023, then they can keep the money and then they can use it for these purposes. But if I'm understanding correctly, they started collecting those fees in the first quarter of 2023. So they'll have 1 quarter of funds that they've collected that's kind of a gray area. Under the old law, they would have had to give that to the county or municipal government, but under this one, they can keep it for this purpose. So if I'm understanding you correctly, your intent is actually to apply that retroactively to you in the first quarter. So any monies they've collected under this program, they can use for the specific purpose outlined in the bill. Is that accurate?
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Luck. Yes, that is my intention. Let me clarify that and get back to you. I think what we can do is, if there's any ambiguity, we can work to clear that up.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this would be just to the a question to the bill sponsor as well. On these materials, I think it's, well, one, it's not necessarily value added, but have these materials been vetted for the energy use? A lot of times the recycling, especially in view of the carbon sequestration that we're looking to enact, the energy required to recycle them actually exceeds the energy that it costs to replace them in the first place. So then we're going in the wrong direction in 2 ways. So. So once again, with these programs, doing something is not necessarily better than doing nothing. So I'm just curious on the overall pollution footprint and the overall energy footprint, if these materials have been actually vetted to actually have a net benefit, or if they are, if once again we're just going in the absolute wrong direction in the name of virtue preening.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions in regards to how the store proves out on some of these purchases. If they collect the dollars into their organization and it says that the fee otherwise remitted to a local government to purchase recycled paper carryout bags, 100% recycled cups, or compostable food containers. Do they keep receipts and somebody comes and audits? We're stacking up more bookkeeping in regards to these fees, where it might be better if we just said we're not going to charge those fees in these communities that don't have the ability to collect the money. So it seems to me like we're kind of getting ourselves out ahead of ourselves in regards to, okay, we're going to let you keep the money, but we're going to tell you what you need to buy. But there's no verification. I don't see how we're going to keep track of whether or not they bought enough or whether or not they bought too much. It just seems like we're adding another burden to this store that has been collecting the dollars for the state. And I don't think we're being business friendly with this one. I'd recommend a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1285? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague who just spoke brought up a really good point that I just wanted to expound upon a little bit. It's a question. It's a question of accounting. How does one? How do we know that indeed these businesses are using those particular fees for that particular purpose? Is that imposing upon them new accounting requirements or reporting requirements? Moreover, what happens if they are fully stocked on those particular materials and have no room for them in their storeroom? And do they just continue to keep that in a fund that allows them to to pay for that in the future? What does that look like? So just to reiterate that, if you have a store and you are having these bags purchased, what do you do in the instance that you don't need to purchase these anymore? So I'm just going to tell you a story for a minute while we're getting an amendment drafted. That's probably a better way to go. I know that these bags are a hot topic in many of our communities, and some folks got a okay, you're good. I don't filibuster very well.
We can take a recess. Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you. And I hope you heard my comments on your bill yesterday. But I know that's not to this bill. So one of the issues that I have is part of the rural-urban divide. Okay, you can wait your turn. And something that I want everybody in the chamber to think about. When we are promulgating legislation, you've heard this 100 times, if not 1,000, one size doesn't fit all. And something I learned a long time ago is to ask the question, who else needs to know? Who else needs to know about this? Well, if you want to help me close the rural-urban divide, then you talk to somebody from rural Colorado with respect to the legislation you're trying to promulgate. So when we did the bill last year, there's a few people we didn't talk to. Unincorporated Colorado. Small municipalities, small rural communities. Communities that are so small they don't even have a town hall. Let me say that again. Communities that are so small they don't even have a town hall. So, I want you to know who else needs to know. This bill is trying to fix that. And I think we need to fix things up front and not wait till we create a problem that then has to be fixed. Madam Chair, that's all I have in the spirit of the day, the National Day of Silence.
Representative Luck. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there was a little bit of ambiguity, and I'm glad Representative Luck caught it. We had this unnecessary date in there that now that if we get that out there, it takes all the ambiguity away. I thank you for catching that, and with that, I would move, or go ahead and move it if you want. Okay, I move L003 to 1285 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Valdez. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for just providing clarity so that we know that all of the monies that they have collected since the beginning of this program now can be used for this particular purpose. I appreciate the clarification.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L003 to House Bill 1285. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1285? As amended, seeing none, all those in favor of 1285 as amended, please say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1279.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Lindsted and Charbini, also Senator Rodriguez, concerning the ability of a licensed retail marijuana store to sell retail marijuana to a person who is not physically present at the store's licensed premises.
Representative Charbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 23-1279 and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report, Representative Lindstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Finance Committee, we heard some concerns about youth access from some of the advocates, so we included an amendment that would clarify that the same ID requirements occur when picking up product and that the same labeling that is available in the stores is on the website ahead of online prepayment. This amendment in committee moved all of the opposition we had in committee to neutral. I ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee, the ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Charbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is to sort of take away the barriers for online payments for cannabis. I know that there's a lot of concern about access for children and stuff like that, and we've addressed that through the committee report and the amendments we made. But the goal here is to prevent a barrier for transactions, to help businesses make sure that they can take these funds in so they're not all cash businesses as well at this point. There are banks that are opening up to function with them. Regulations are opening up across the country, and we need to be competitive as well. And so this is a step in that direction and trying to make sure that we can facilitate better business.
Representative Lindstadt.
I'll just say it also keeps cash out of these businesses, letting them do these transactions online. There's a public safety benefit and an efficiency for them to be allowed to do this. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all for the business aspect, but we are talking about we're talking about marijuana. We're talking about cannabis, and having been familiar with people that have been sent into psychosis because of this, I'm wondering, are we moving a little bit too fast? So we've already had to address the problem of via this amendment that we just passed. Thanks. So, but when we look at youth being able to get a hold of this possibly easier, the research on cannabis can alter the development of the cerebral cortex. Obviously, it's not going to solve it, but if we're going to make this easier to just deliver to people's homes, where the ID requirements become obviously a little bit sketchy. The AAD, marijuana developing brains. Marijuana called cannabis is a widely popular drug. And then there's recent evidence that suggests cannabis may also pose a risk to adolescents whose brains have not fully matured. So we're trying to keep this out of their hands, and then at the same time we're making it easier to get it into their hands. Cannabis can alter the development of the cerebral cortex, the brain's center of reasoning. So we've said we're concerned about youth and their overall center and their overall ability to reason, and then we're making this easier to get into their hands. In a group of 799 adolescents aged 13 to 17 who had a brain MRI that at baseline after 5 years of follow-up. This is one of the largest longitudinal brain studies to address the question. The cerebral cortex is the center of reasoning, and I think we need to just, yes, we want to be competitive with in a business sense, but now we're bringing this to door-to-door delivery, and I just think we need to be concerned a little bit more with the who's going to be able to access this that much easier than we are with than the competitive. If we're looking at this is just one of those, if one child can be saved by this, isn't that the general rule of engagement that we have? We don't know if these effects are enduring. We don't know if there's any long-term psychological or cognitive effects on these young people. It's important to put the hypothetical risk of cannabis in perspective. We've come a long way since, and it's being used medicinally, and I get that, but it's also a lot more, it's a lot more potent than it used to be, and it does pose a serious risk of psychosis. So yes, we want our businesses to be competitive, but this is also not something to be dealt with lightly. Thank you. So it's generally safe. It is generally safe, but it does have severe effects on a certain number of people, a small fraction perhaps, but still a fraction, and especially teens. So what is the balance that we want to strike here between the access that youth have to it and the damage that it could potentially cause? Is it 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000? What is the level of risk where we start saying, hey, maybe we ought to consider that there are benefits in having a little bit more restricted access. This is THC after all. If cannabis can cause psychosis, then the increasing rates of cannabis use should be paired with a rise in the rates of psychotic illness over time. So we're looking at, on the one hand, we want to spend millions of dollars on mental health. We don't want to spend millions, we're willing to spend millions of dollars on mental health to help the one individual. And then at the same time, we're willing to risk sending somebody into psychosis. And I've seen it. It's ugly, and it's damaging for long periods of time. And the amount of money that's spent on that, we need to balance with becoming being competitive in the cannabis market. So the research indicates an approximately 2.5-fold increase in the prevalence of self-reported psychotic illness between 2000 and 2013, which is surprising since the rates of psychotic disorder in the general population have been falling. So as marijuana has become more legal, there are more cases of psychotic illness. So to be clear, the risk to one individual was low. At the end of the study, 1.89% of those who had ever used cannabis reported. So less than 2%. So that gives the answer about 2 in 100. But how do we want to handle that when we're spending millions of dollars on mental health? How many 2 in 100 users is still a pretty high number. If we accept that there is a small but real risk that cannabis can cause psychosis in some individuals, the critical question is how to identify those people. And it's probably not going to be, they're probably not going to be identified by the person that's delivering to the door, no matter what the identification process is. So if we're going to be having medical, especially, then it seems like we need to have a little bit more of a control. I'm all for business, obviously, and we want to support legal businesses, but this just seems like one where door-to-door sales is probably not the direction that we want to go until we have some better answers. So there were reasons for. So anyways, I'll leave it at that. I just think we need to have a little bit more caution. It seems a little bit counterproductive to, in one sense, spend millions of dollars on treating mental illness and then facilitating a 2% increase even in psychosis. So I think this is a great idea, just for the wrong enterprise. So I'm curious on that. What's the bill sponsors? What studies have been done as far as, and what assurances are there that this is not going to fall in the wrong hands? Because IDs at liquor stores have a little bit, have better process than an ID at somebody's door. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I came up here with a curiosity, and I wanted to go just be on the record for me in my past life, and I'm sure a few other people in here, with my past life being law enforcement and military. I've never purchased marijuana because that would have cost me my career. So I just want to know, and just have it be on the record, how this affects the difference. I know there are a lot of controls that happen on location when people buy through a dispensary in person. So I'd like to clarify how this makes a difference in that, with the online portion of this being done, and if one or both of the sponsors can come up here and explain that.
Representative Sharbini.
So the online purchases doesn't affect any standard of checking IDs, making sure the person is who they say they are. All those standards are still in statute, and in fact, we added amendments to clarify those and make sure that those were still attached to this statute, or to this new rule that we're putting forward. And there's no exception for checking IDs or anything like that. This just facilitates the transaction of the money so that we can expedite the process as far as being in the store. If you come to the store to pick it up, you still have to show your ID, you still have to be checked to make sure that you're the person who made the purchase. And the same thing if and when deliveries start going forward. And deliveries are more of a locality thing. Municipalities are allowed to approve those. And if they approve them, they have the same standards as if you're in the store to purchase as well. And so there is no way that someone should be able to purchase online and then have someone come to their door, check their ID, and it'd be any different than if they came to the store and paid everything in there in cash. We just want to help stop the flow of cash into the actual dispensary itself, making it a target, and help prevent any sort of discrepancies in the finances and stuff like that.
Representative Harstuck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this when we heard this in committee, so here's a conundrum for me. And as my sponsors know, I'm against the cannabis. However, this debate in committee centered around business practices. So I shifted my focus to look at it as a business person. How am I seeing this and what are we doing? As with anything else that's controlled, cigarettes, alcohol, if you buy that at a grocery store, liquor store, wherever, you show up, you have to produce an ID. It has to be your ID. They check it, and you meet that, then you can buy the liquor. Same thing goes for marijuana. You go to a dispensary, you have to show your ID. You can order groceries online. That system's been established, and they'll accept a credit card, and there's no problems with the banks. Due to the federal laws, banking and using your little plastic MasterCard, credit card, Visa, whatever, can't do that for marijuana. So most of this is a cash transaction, which that was a whole nother realm that we were talking about on crime and everything else that they wanted to reduce, of the actual exchange of the greenbacks going back and forth and being carried, so nobody's carrying a wad of cash to buy something, and then the store's carrying a wad of cash that they later have to take to deposit. What this bill allows for is to get online, and the software, all that stuff still has to, correct me if I'm wrong, but still has to be developed and gone through. Oh, so the software, all right. But you get online, and when you verify, so you have to be the person that goes down to the dispensary, show the ID, which has to match your home address, and everything must sync up with what you put in online. And then you can pick it up. What it doesn't allow for is you to order online, like you can now with some prescription drugs, and send somebody else with your ID to pick it up. Can't do that. You must physically show up in person to pick up what you ordered online, unlike with other prescription drugs. Minors can't because there's all the verification checks. The other thing is all the hazards. To my colleague earlier that was speaking, there's the, what do you call the words, disclaimers that are there not only on the website, but when you're logging in, or I mean when we're going in person after you've logged in, that talk about the health risks and everything else that go with that. So from a business perspective, after a very vigorous debate in finance over these issues and then some sidebar conversations follow up, I came around to a position where I support the bill because of the business aspects, not because of the industry, which the industry I'm opposed to. But from a business perspective, to make it legal and support businesses that are doing this in a legal manner, then I ended up agreeing to support this. And that's what I thank you for.
Representative Frizzell.
I hope I didn't break this. All right, I'm ready. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Thank you. You know, I was very sorry to have to miss this particular debate in Finance Committee because it sounds like it was a doozy. But I have a lot of concerns around this particular topic, with all due respect to the bill sponsors. And I understand the business reasons for this that my good colleague from Parker brought up. But, sorry. So I kind of wanted to familiarize myself with what other states that have legalized marijuana have adopted credit card sales. And actually, it doesn't look like any have. And, you know, golly, we love to be cutting edge here in Colorado. I'm more of the, perhaps let's see how this bears out. Let's wait and see. And I'm sure one other state or two or three, Washington probably, will legalize this or take on this particular method of payment. We've talked a lot about this particular subject also when it comes to other bills that are related, and I fundamentally come down on the side of being very, very, very concerned about the right people who are old enough to purchase cannabis products, being just the safety issues for our kids. Drug abuse amongst our children is a significant issue in this state. It's significant. And I am very concerned about any measure that makes access even easier. That's me. But I also fall in the camp that I did not vote for the legalization of cannabis. I believe that it has promulgated many, many problems in this state, other than those who enjoyed that product, and that's fine. It is legal, but I am very, very concerned about access for our children and making sure that they are safe. And I understand that we can stand here in this room. I can.
Members, simmer down now, please.
I know that my words are riveting to you all, but I think that it is okay that I am able to express my opinion on this bill. We can stand here in this room and say that we have foolproofed this situation. We have foolproofed all of these transactions, and nobody underage is going to get a hold of this. Nobody's going to abuse it. And I think sitting here in this ivory tower, that's easy for us to say. I don't believe that it's easy to implement. I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. I think that it is opening up access of cannabis to minors that we will not be able to roll back. And if that's what you want, that's what you're going to get. Thank you so much for your rapt attention.
Representative Lindstadt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say that the Finance Committee hearing lasted about 10 minutes after our amendment passed. After our amendment passed, all of the opposition dropped and it passed unanimously. So this bill has nothing to do with credit cards. It's about online prepayment through debit cards. And I think with our amendment, there is guaranteed protections for our youth. So I urge and I vote. Thanks.
Representative Sharbini.
And just to address the issue of the online credit transactions that you brought up, no state has that regulation because of FDIC insurance. However, local credit unions who exempt themselves from FDIC insurance are allowing for these transactions to happen, and that's who's going to be processing them.
Is there any further discussion, Representative Luck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, in terms of the delivery, so if it's my understanding is that there's already state statute that provides the local municipalities the ability to open the door for delivery, but that the delivery service has to be part of the marijuana.
One moment, Representative Luck. Members, simmer down now. Please continue. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. So they have to be part of the marijuana right now under the system. The municipality can approve for delivery, but they have to do so under a licensure that is connected to the marijuana retail sale. Or
Representative
under this bill,
Sharbini.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Under this bill, it opens it to where anybody can deliver. Okay, so.
Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, this doesn't open it so that anybody can deliver. This just removes any hurdles or complications if delivery companies be able to facilitate this project. If they move forward with the regulations they have the same stringent regulations as inside dispensaries have when delivering cannabis to consumers, and they would have to follow those regulations as well. This simply removes the hurdle for online transactions to facilitate moving those forward.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. So Food Hub, Grub, whatever those groups.
Grubhub, Food.
Yeah, I mean, I'm combining them. Sorry, I don't use those services. They couldn't just raise their hand and do this without getting some sort of licensure to specifically deliver with and for marijuana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is correct.
Because of other places.
Yeah, they would have to receive licensing from the state, municipalities, and stuff like that in order to operate as a cannabis delivery system. And then in that, this would take away the barrier for the payments to go online, but they would still have all the regulations and requirements to follow in order to prove that the person purchasing marijuana is of legal age and is allowed to have it.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. So the reason I'm asking this is because it's a one-page bill, and it's just a striking out of language, and so I haven't been able to look at the other parts of statute. So those other provisions are in some other place in statute that makes those requirements apply to everyone, regardless of whether those municipalities have adopted it.
Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Correct.
Wonderful. Oh.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is on the on just the delivery aspect of it. Making sure, like, what is the assurance? So say a community has it, it's legal, they can sell it, they can sell online, and then just either undercutting local businesses with a delivery route or delivering into delivering into an area that it is not allowed. Does this have any? I mean, this is more of a strike through. I just.
Representative
curious of the overall.
Sharbini.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Municipalities are allowed to ban the sale of products. They're not allowed to ban cannabis in general. And so cannabis is allowed anywhere. And so if it's delivered there, it wasn't purchased there. It was purchased from the store wherever the location's at, and then it is transported to them. And transported marijuana to different places is allowed. It's allowed to be anywhere in the state. You can't ban it in the state. You just ban the actual sale of a physical location in the state.
So any community. that-
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So any community that does not allow the sale of cannabis, facilitating the online and the retail and the delivery will effectively make the, well, it'll definitely make it available. It'll effectively put that sale in all of the communities, whether they are allowed or not.
Representative Sharbini.
No, that's not the case. Delivery zones will likely exist, which gives a certain distance, usually a mile or two, as most restaurants and stuff do, which could or could not overlap with some other districts, but at the same time, the sale technically is going through online and through the location where the store is actually licensed and allowed to operate, and that's where the sale would technically be happening. Even if it is online, the delivery can be brought to the door because cannabis can be taken anywhere in the state.
Right.
And so it's just taken there.
Representative Sharbini, you have to really
sorry.
speak
I'm
into the
trying to get in
microphone.
there, I'm sorry.
I can hear him.
Yeah, he heard me just fine. So,
Well, nobody out here is listening.
yeah, we figured y'all weren't. All right, but I'm good.
Okay, so
Representative DeGraff, can you come on out of the weeds on this one?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Come out of the weeds.
Come out of the weeds on this one. How appropriate. Okay.
Clever.
All right. I was not aware of that they have set delivery zones within a mile or two of the cannabis store.
Representative Sharbini.
I mean, that's just general business practice. If I'm in a store in Denver and you want me to drive all the way to Alt or something like that, that's probably not going to happen.
So there are set distances, or there?
No, there's no set distance.
I'm sorry.
How about you folks step aside and have a great conversation with each other, and we go to Representative Bradley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question first. Does the city of Denver still oppose this bill? Okay. Well, I'd like to talk about in Douglas County that we have a drug problem with teenagers, and I have 3 of those. So I just want to speak a little bit about that. I'm going to read from the Washington Post. Ask a doctor, how does marijuana affect the adolescent brain? New research suggests cannabis use can alter the development of the cerebral cortex and in a fraction of patients increase risk of psychosis. The AAD, marijuana developing adolescent brains. What are the effects of marijuana use on teenage brain development? Are there some people who should not use marijuana even if it's legal? Answer, marijuana, also called cannabis, is a widely popular recreational drug. Nearly half of all Americans have smoked, vaped, or eaten a form of marijuana. Marijuana for recreational use is now legal in 21 states, still despite its general safety. And this is what we're talking about, that as a business should be granted, but from a public safety point, are we accountable for that? So despite its general safety, there's recent evidence that suggests that cannabis may pose a risk to adolescents whose brains have not yet matured, and for certain teens and adults at risk for psychiatric disorders, which is a big part of the bill passing that we do under this dome. Cannabis also has the potential to trigger a first episode of psychosis or depression. A brain imaging study looked at cannabis exposure over time. New research suggests cannabis use can alter development of the cerebral cortex, the brain center of reasoning and executive function. A 2021 study published in JAMA Psychiatry examined the effects of cannabis on brain development in a group of 800 adolescents aged 13 to 17 who had a brain MRI scan at baseline and after 5 years of follow-up. This is the largest longitudinal brain imaging study to address the question to date. All the subjects were cannabis naive to start, so the study could assess the impact of cannabis exposure over time. The study found that cannabis use was associated with thinning of the prefrontal cortex, and that this effect was dose-dependent. The greater the cannabis exposure, the greater the cortical thinning. Madam Chair, I feel like I'm in a 5-year-old kindergarten class right now. I mean, like, are we listening or?
Okay. Members,
Woodrow, you have a lot of riveting stuff to say. too.
conversations aren't supposed to happen in the chamber, please. They're supposed to happen off to the side. People are having a hard time listening. Please proceed. Hey,
I'm going to be, thank you, Madam Chair, just as riveting as my fellow colleagues, so thank you for that. There have been several other studies of the effect of cannabis on brain structure in teens, which reported similar findings. What does this mean? The cerebral cortex is the center of reasoning and critical thinking. And this is why we pass a lot of these bills. When kids are 12, we say that their cerebral cortex isn't advanced, but now, we say that it does. It undergoes significant structural change during adolescence and doesn't fully mature until around age 25. We know that receptors are widely distributed throughout the brain and play an important role in brain development. So it's not surprising that cannabis exposure might affect brain development, especially during adolescence when the brain is uniquely sensitive to environmental influence. So let's put the risks in perspective. We don't yet know if these effects are enduring and whether there are any long-term psychological or cognitive effects of cannabis on young people. It's not clear from the study exactly how much cannabis use is problematic. It seems reasonable that the risk of occasional marijuana smoking or edible use is less worrisome than daily or frequent use. And it's important to put this hypothetical risk of cannabis in perspective. We have come a long way since the misguided moralism of reefer madness and over-the-top propaganda film made it in 1938 to discourage marijuana use. Alcohol, when used at a certain level, is highly toxic to many organs, including the brain. And opiates are responsible for a staggering epidemic of addiction and mortality, killing millions of Americans. In contrast, there's not a single death from cannabis overdose. Still, I think these studies should give us pause, particularly in young people, especially the kids in Douglas County, my county, given the explosive popularity of cannabis. Developmentally, teens are notorious risk takers and have heightened sensitivity to all kinds of rewards like drugs, money, and sex, which makes it harder for them to check their impulses. This new data suggests that cannabis can make it even more difficult for teens to exert self-control, leading to a self-sustaining cycle of cannabis use. The risk of psychosis after cannabis use. Although recreational cannabis is generally safe for most people, for a small fraction of both teens and adults, use of this drug can also raise the risk of psychosis. And I'll tell you, in public health, this is one of the things that we're really trying to avoid. More kids having risks of psychosis and mental health disorders. The notion that cannabis use might be associated with psychosis has been controversial and typically has been based on clinical anecdotes or small cross-section studies which demonstrate a correlation but can't prove a causal link. If cannabis can cause psychosis, then increasing rates of cannabis should be paired with a rise in the states of psychotic illness over time. This is just what researchers found in a nationally representative study of nearly 80,000 adults. In the study published in 2021 in the American Journal of Psychiatry, subjects were asked about their cannabis use and whether they had been diagnosed with schizophrenia or another psychotic disorder by their physician or other healthcare professional. The researchers reported an approximate 2.5-fold increase in the prevalence of self-reported psychotic illness between 2001 and 2013, which is surprising since the rates of psychotic disorder in the general population have been steady for decades. It increased 2.5 times. They also found that psychotic illness was significantly more prevalent in those with any cannabis use than without. So to be clear, the risk to any one individual was low. At the end of the study, 1.89% of those who ever used cannabis reported psychotic illness. This large observational study doesn't prove a causal link between cannabis and psychosis, but it is consistent with other studies showing a similar trend. And then we have the growing potency of cannabis that kids might not understand when they order these drugs online. While it is always possible that the researchers did not account for other factors aside from alcohol and stimulants, this might explain the rising rates of psychotic illness. It's worth noting that this trend has occurred alongside growing recreational use and potency of cannabis. For example, the concentrations of THC, the active cannabinoid in marijuana, which ranged from 1.5% to 4% in the 80s and 90s, have soared in recent years, with some strains having as much as 29% THC. And concentrated cannabis products like dabs can contain upward of 76% THC. If we accept that there's a small but real risk that cannabis can cause psychosis in some individuals, the critical question is how to identify those people, and selling online does not do that. As of yet, there is no test or biomarker for individual vulnerability for psychosis, but we do know that family psychiatric history is an important risk factor. For example, those with first-degree relative with psychotic disorder like schizophrenia have an elevated genetic risk of the illness and should avoid using cannabis. In addition to family history, low-level symptoms of a psychotic illness such as odd behavior, perceptual disturbances, and blended effect could indicate a higher risk of psychosis and the need to avoid cannabis exposure. Again, none of this helps people that might be prone to a psychotic illness. If a teen has such risk factors, parents should have a frank talk with them about the fact that they are at a higher risk of bad psychological and emotional reaction to cannabis. The conversation is especially important if a teen has had an episode of psychosis or depression in response to other recreational drugs in the past. That is a tip-off that such a teen has significant psychiatric genetic risk and should avoid all recreational drugs. And then we have the effects of marijuana on the teenage brain. Many use marijuana for mind-altering effects of THC. I think some could attest to that here. A naturally occurring psychoactive compound found in certain species of the cannabis plant family. In fact, cannabis is one of the most widely used substances in the United States. According to a 2021 national survey of drug use and health, 11.8 million young adults ages 18 to 25 reported using marijuana in the past year. In 2022, the Monitoring the Future survey of middle and high school students found that 31% of 12th graders reported using marijuana in the past year, a number that has remained consistent from the previous year but decreased from 2020. Of those 12th graders, 6.3% of them reported daily marijuana use. With a growing number of states legalizing marijuana for medicinal or adult recreational use, perception of the risks, benefits, and social acceptability associated with its use have changed among adults and teens too. Marijuana is the most widely used illegal drug. It remains an illicit substance at a federal level among adolescents. Research suggests that such widespread use may reflect, at least in part, prevalent social norms amongst teen and young adults, the perceived risk and benefits of the drug, as well as frequent exposure to pro-marijuana messaging. Additionally, this group may use marijuana under peer pressure or to cope with stress, anxiety, and even depression. Of the 52.5 million individuals ages 12 and older who reported using marijuana in 2021, 35%, the largest percentage of all marijuana users, were young adults ages 18 to 25. Adolescents aged 12 to 17 accounted for 10% of that 52 million. Young people may use dried flowers, leaves, stems, or seeds from the cannabis plant, where marijuana derives in several ways. They may smoke, they may put them in pipes, water pipes, or blunts. When an individual smokes marijuana, the THC, the primary psychoactive chemical, rapidly crosses the lungs into the bloodstream, where it is then carried to the brain. When someone eats or drinks marijuana, the body absorbs THC more slowly. Regardless of the method of ingestion, however, when THC makes it to the brain, it acts on specific receptors that otherwise interact with naturally occurring endogenous substances, which plays a role in normal brain development and function. The human brain continues developing through the age of 25. Thus, marijuana use during adolescence and young adulthood may affect this development and can lead to impaired learning and memory by impacting how the brain builds connections between the areas for these functions. Adolescent brain development that continues into the early adulthood years focuses on fine-tuning neural pathways that contribute to brain maturity and developing the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for assessing situations, making sound decisions, and controlling impulses and emotions. All that to say, there's a
Rep.
lot.
Bradley,
Yes?
we're at quite a high-level overview here.
Well, I'm a medical professional. What do you expect?
I understand, but I would encourage either wrapping it up or bringing it down a little bit closer to the bill.
I'm going to wrap up this beautiful rhetoric right here. Furthermore, while marijuana may appear to be relatively less addictive than other substances that often dominate headlines, regular exposure to high amounts of THC through marijuana or THC resins can lead to addiction. I worry about the addiction. In 2021, nearly 5 million young adults ages 18 to 25 and 1.3 million adolescents ages 12 to 17 had a diagnosable marijuana use disorder. For me, this bill just opens the door to that, and I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. I'm encouraged that you're not bringing up materials to read.
To the weeds, Madam Chair. All right, so I think I've got it. So let's say a community is, let's say community A does not allow the sale of marijuana because they've determined that for their community standards, their local government, their local governance, they do not want cannabis sold in their community. So obviously this limits the market somewhat. But now community B, they do allow the sale of cannabis. So, well, let's just reverse it. Community A allows the sale of cannabis. Communities B, C, D, E, and F do not because it does not comport with the standards. And they've done the studies, and they've looked at the issues around it, and they said, you know, we're not quite there yet. But now Community A, by using the online distribution system, by using a debit card from a credit union to bypass the federal, so you could just set up, let's just say you set up a new credit union just to handle the
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative DeGraff, really, this is about online debit card use, so.
This is about transportation, and this is about the use of the online debit card.
Actually, the bill isn't about that, so. Can we call the last?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just trying to get the whole thing about how this is bypassing the local control in this sense of. Sure, go ahead.
Representative Sharbini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not bypassing any local control. This is simply about allowing online purchases. It does not bar, prevent, put any regulations in for delivery systems at all. It simply says that they can purchase online. If localities want to regulate differently, that's on them, but that's not part of this bill. And if you continue to talk about it, I just think you're not talking about the bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but it is talking about the bill because what it does is it allows, you have the online purchase, and then you have the distribution through a disparate means.
Okay,
and
so
that
the
allows,
bill sponsors already said that that's not in the bill, but how about you just express your feelings specifically about the bill?
My feeling specifically about this bill is this will allow the distribution, the sale and distribution this will facilitate the distribution into communities and bypass the local government control, and this will allow distribution into areas bypassing local government control. Because anybody can buy online and a dealer can then have their white panel van full of product wherever they want. That's true. That's just a fact. I know that doesn't deal with it specifically. We're talking about the credit card. I'm saying the credit card purchase, the online and the delivery, allows a distribution system throughout the state and bypassing local control. So that is, I get it, that's not specifically about the bill, but that's what the bill facilitates. The bill will facilitate the sale of marijuana in communities that do not allow the sale of marijuana. It will do that.
Okay.
There's no way around it.
Thank you very much. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1279. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we navigate today and we talk about very complex things, I'm asking everybody to focus on the bills, the bill language, talk specifically to what the bill does. In this case, I understand the issues that we have, the larger issues. Where I come from, we don't like the devil's lettuce. It's not good for our communities. but that's not here. Okay? That's a settled question. So we need to stay away from debating the devil's lettuce. Okay, we need to talk about the transaction and the business issue. Now, this has two sides to it, Madam Chair. That's good for business, but it also has other very harmful effects, which we do need to debate and discuss, and I welcome that. You know, I still don't know how I'm going to vote on this one, because I have that in eastern Colorado. There are agricultural enterprises that do medical marijuana. They raise it.
Okie dokes, well, let's give
Thank
you that
you.
chance. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1279. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the bill passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1162 until tomorrow.
That bill has been laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1197.
House Bill 1197 by Representative Young concerning requiring the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to engage in a stakeholder process to address the oversight of host home providers.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Meh.
And I might say it's dope to serve with you. I move House Bill 23-1197 and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
In appropriations, they unanimously decided to give us money, and we happily accepted it.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the bill. Representative Young.
The host home provider program was designed for an individual with intellectual or developmental disability over the age of 18. It was designed to provide a home-like living setting, and in many ways it has been very successful, but there are still ongoing issues around health and safety. As a result of this, the Colorado Cross Disability Council asked for a sunrise for host home providers. And what a sunrise does is ask for that particular profession to be licensed. The Sunrise Review did acknowledge the 12 significant instances of both serious injury and death that occurred in host homes, but felt like these things could be covered with current law and procedures, but obviously they aren't providing those. And I'd like to highlight just a few instances that were in the report that sort of points to the fact that current procedures in law does not provide for health and safeties for these vulnerable individuals. In one instance, Colorado Adult Protective Services audit found a provider waited 4 hours to report poison control and 911 that a client had taken another client's medication, leading to an overdose and multiple organ failures. A host home provider attacked a man. The mother tried to file a complaint with Colorado Department of Health and Environment and was told that they didn't take complaints like this, only about the rules. The host home provider was ultimately charged with 2 felonies. A man was hospitalized for 7 days for severe dehydration and extreme levels of sodium in his system. CDPHE had the program appointed service agency do corrective action, but the host home provider was fired, but nothing happened to prevent him from being a host home provider again. Instances of death. A woman was removed from a host home after developing gangrene and her leg and hip joint were amputated. She eventually died. A fire started by a host home provider carelessly smoking led to the death of 3 residents, one with developmental disabilities. There are many host home providers who accurately and successfully provide services, but we obviously have a situation where this is not being provided consistently. So we worked with HCPF, who provides these Medicaid services, and we are going to move forward with a stakeholding process to make sure that we're providing for the health and safety of these residents. I was asked by the good representative from El Paso why we needed a safety clause. And the reason we need this is this clearly is an emergency around providing for health and safety of these residents. And we are starting the stakeholding process in September. And as we know, this will be facilitated by an outside agency, so HCPF has to contract with them. And so this needs to be done quickly so we can move quickly ahead to provide these much needed discussions. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to quickly touch base on the question from El Paso County with the safety clause, I too am not normally in agreement with safety clauses in any way, shape, or form, but this one is crucial with the timeline that we're trying to do. This bill requires the Department of Health Care, Policy, and Financing to conduct a stakeholder process by September 1st, 2023, to identify and address concerns related to individuals who receive long-term services and support in a host name setting. By January 2025, the department must report on the stakeholder process and identify any administrative resources required to address any issues raised during the stakeholder process. A stakeholder process is a good step towards identifying issues to a true problem that's happening in Colorado. I've heard from my constituents in Loveland, and on behalf of my constituents in Loveland, this is a great bill. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1197? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1197. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1228.
House Bill 1228 by Representatives McCluskey and Wilford, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning nursing facility reimbursement rate setting.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1228 and the Appropriations Report, as well as the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Service Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having a tough time getting that out of my system. We met with the Appropriations Committee, and they were gracious enough to extend the funding that we needed to implement this bill.
The question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report.
We passed it unanimously.
Representative Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I'm very pleased to say we had a robust conversation in committee with membership around the dramatic needs of our nursing facilities, and we're able to secure unanimous support to bring the bill here to the floor.
The question before us is the passage of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report, committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Today we bring before you House Bill 1228, a bill that is aimed at improving the way that we reimburse for nursing facility services, incentivizing access to care for Coloradans with complex needs, and attaching funding to quality outcomes while simultaneously holding nursing facility providers financially accountable by increasing financial transparency.
Speaker McCluskey.
Over the last several years, the Joint Budget Committee has been working hard to support our nursing facilities, particularly through and as we come out of the pandemic. House Bill 1247 from last year secured significant funding for our nursing facilities to help them through what had been a devastating time. The funding that we are bringing this year through this bill is launching our nursing facilities into a new era with a funding structure that we believe will be much more sustainable. Over the next 3 years, our nursing facilities will receive first a 10% increase, then a 3%, then a 1.5% increase, a total of 14.5%. This really to help stabilize some of the challenges they've been facing with workforce shortages and lower census demands because of the pandemic. We are very excited to help bring $62 million to our nursing facilities through this legislation and ask for your support.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bill additionally includes meaningful measures towards establishing transparency in ownership and funding through the collection of audited financial statements and disclosure of shared ownership. These reporting mechanisms will allow the department to better track how Medicaid funds are used to ensure funds are not being simply passed along to related entities. We urge you to vote yes on this transformational bill that takes nursing facilities out of the 1970s and brings them into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this bill in public health, and one of the common themes in public health has been is staffing, the availability of staffing and the workforce shortages across the health space, but more acutely in nursing homes and long-term assisted living and residence centers. Now, this particular bill, although very expensive, if you look at the fiscal note, it's a $62 million investment, and then it goes to 68, and then in the out years, they're looking at about, a little under $60 million. The one thing it does do that is advantageous is it leverages federal funds. And you've heard me talk many times about those federal funds, ARPA funds or any other type of fund. In this case, this would be an appropriate place to leverage federal funds because of the acute problems we have in these nursing facilities. And those were exacerbated by coronavirus, COVID-19, and also public policy applied to those facilities in 2020 and 2021. But what this does is try to reinvest so we can correct one of the issues, which was the backdoor loss that was created. Now we're trying to bring more money to the table so we can bring folks back to this employment space with better benefits. So this went through, we heard some good testimony about this bill. And after listening to all that testimony, despite the large fiscal note, we got behind it because we know that we need further investment. The 5%, the 10%, the aggregated rate of increase probably isn't enough. Because many of the facilities, if you're a nurse, for example, you can work in a long-term residence or a nursing home facility, but you can also work in a lot of other places. So all of these staff are competing in different sectors within the healthcare field. And there's a lot of opportunities for those folks. So this tries to bring that up, to lift that up, as people like to say, to lift that up and try to get some closer parity for what I consider to be one of the hardest jobs in healthcare. And that's for our senior citizens. For the oldest residents, I'll speak to my mother. She's going to be 88 years old on her next birthday. She's going to her 70th high school reunion next month. And she's in this demographic. So I appreciate the efforts by the bill sponsors. I believe that this is going to help fill those shortages. And the members of Public Health in my caucus, and I believe most of my members, which I've talked to not all of them, but some of them, I've encouraged them to get behind this. And in the spirit of our National Day of Silence, I'm going to leave the dais.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think obviously our healthcare, well, it seems obvious that our healthcare needs some reinvestment, but it is ironic to me that we're encouraging that we're spending money on this. And yesterday with the medical debt, we said that it was limited to 3%, and that's going to deprioritize that, and we're going to create all these other problems. So we have these conflicting bills. That's neither here nor there. That's not about this bill in particular, which you were about to just tell me. I just find it ironic. I did want to just ask the question but the purpose behind the safety clause, is it a timing financially, or is it a I just wanted to know the purpose of the safety clause as opposed to the more traditional petition clause.
Representative Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. I do want to highlight that while a total of $62 million funds are coming to help our nursing facilities, only half of that is state general funds. It's this investment that allows us to pull down federal funding to help support these facilities. And I also want to emphasize that it is critically important, because the investment needs to be made as of July 1st, that we have a safety clause on this bill so we can move that funding as soon as possible. Really appreciate as well the comments on the workforce shortages. We know that the biggest investment we can make is in qualified employees at these facilities. And truly, these dollars will be used to help recruit and retain qualified workers. Thank you, and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in great support of this bill. I've had many meetings with businesses in my community, and in Castle Rock we have 2 skilled nursing facilities that provide lots of different types of care. My own father was actually in one of them towards the end of his life, as he succumbed to some very severe dementia issues. So the care that is provided in these facilities is critical. Critical to the people. No, don't sit down. Yes, thank you. Critical to the people who live there, because thank you. This is where they're going to be for a very long time, hopefully. But one of the businesses, one of the nursing homes that I spoke with last fall, where my dad happened to live, the owner, who is a member of our community, a longtime member of our community, it's a family business, she was so afraid that they're going to have to close their doors. And we can't have that. They lose money. These facilities lose money. And that's why this funding is incredibly important, because we need these facilities in our communities. We need them. Thank you very much to the sponsors.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1228? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1228. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1241.
House Bill 1241 by Representative Byrd, also Senator Zenzinger, concerning creating a task force to study the statewide K-12 education accountability system in order to address resource inequities contributing to student performance.
Representative, majority, one moment.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call for a brief recess.
Committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1241 and the Education Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
That has been properly moved to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Appropriations Committee, we added an appropriations clause. I ask for a yes vote.
Is your amendment to the Appropriations Committee report or the?
No, thank you for asking. Today,
Okay.
the amendments are to the bill, which has been confirmed. No amendments to the Appropriations Committee report.
Okay, so the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Education Committee report, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Education Committee, we made some technical amendments and also made some clarifying edits to the members of the task force that this bill will be creating. I ask for your yes vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Chair. So members, I'm pleased to present House Bill 1241 to you. This bill, if passed, will create a task force to study the statewide K-12 education accountability system. The creation of this task force and the work that we hope it will do is long overdue. With the implementation of Colorado's Education Accountability Act of 2009, a performance framework was produced for the first time to create a meaningful accountability system to allow us to compare school districts and school performance across the state. What's been missing, however, it has been a thoughtful review of the efficacy of all of these policies and their collective impact on student success and school performance. Our bill today will change all of this. 1241 will convene a balanced task force that will consider the following: academic opportunities or inequities that impact academic achievement. They will also look at improvements to the accountability and accreditation system to incentivize academic opportunities and address inequities. We'll also be looking at promising work that's already happening in schools around our state. And ideally, if there are good ideas that emerge from the work of this committee, or task force rather, they will have legislative recommendations for our consideration. So with all of that, I ask for your yes vote, and I will note that this is one of the rare, and I do have an amendment actually, which we are going to get to, but I'm just describing the bill for you. So this gives us an opportunity to really look at what we've been doing. This is a bill that brought stakeholders together that ordinarily don't agree on education policy. So anyway, that makes me very proud of the work. And with that also, I would like to move Amendment L003 and to ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Byrd.
And I will note that my Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi is my co-prime sponsor on this bill. The amendment, though, however, members, this adds another member to our task force to ensure that parent organizations and student organizations are consulted with. And is there anything else anybody else would like?
The question before us is Amendment L003.
Okay.
All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the amended bill, Representative Byrd,
I ask for your yes vote.
is there any further discussion on House Bill 1241? Representative Harstock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, we rise in support of this bill. It was interesting, we had this big debate in education, and one of our biggest concerns that we did get addressed was that this study was not Denver-centric. And my great representative here from Denver is nodding head going, yeah, we know. And the point to this, we've seen the results of our kids and how they're dropping behind. And we wanted to have a task force that looked across the state, multiple demographics, multiple geographic regions, get the people that are in those areas involved in giving proper and adequate feedback so we can have some solid metrics to move forward on this. And we're really grateful for the sponsors bringing this forward. It was a fun debate that we had, a lot of discussion. And as we got down to it, we looked at the committee members and where they're representing, and we added one more to it, which was great. And I want to say thank you for that. And I urge a aye vote on this. Thank you so much.
The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1241. All those in favor say aye. Oh, as amended, aye. All those opposed, please say no. The bill as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1244.
House Bill 1244 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Velasco concerning the transfer of the Regional Health Connector Program from the University of Colorado School of Medicine to the Prevention Services Division in the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Representative Degree, Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that House Bill 1244 and the committee reports from Appropriations in Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services.
That is a proper motion. And to the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations, we reduced the initial appropriation from $2 million to $1.5 million and transferred the first-year appropriation to the Department of Family Medicine so that the Division of Prevention Services over at CDPHE has more time to get the program up and running. We ask for your support.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report, Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in the Public Health Committee, we had an amendment that was just reviewing some of the details and administrative things that we had to change, but we had a robust conversation, and we heard directly from the navigators who are doing the work, who have really fantastic programs going on in their communities, and they are addressing some of the determinants of health in very creative ways.
The question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Degree, Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the Regional Health Connector program is designed to help facilitate a more integrated and more effective health system out in our communities. Every community in Colorado has different strengths and assets, health gaps and disparities, and the Regional Health Connectors respond to local needs by assisting in linking primary care practices with specialty providers and community resources needed for improved management of health behaviors, chronic disease, and mental health issues, and to address social determinants of health and social needs. This bill formalizes this program under CDPHE and makes it more accountable for the future.
Representative Velasco.
And these regional health connectors are really doing the work. They know their communities. They are from the community, and they are really coming up with creative ways. And we are collecting all of these programs to make sure that they're available for everyone in the state.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1244. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1266.
House Bill 1266 by Representatives Brown and Ricks concerning the suspension of a reverse mortgage from the payment requirement when a force majeure renders the subject property uninhabitable as a principal residence.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1266 and the committee report.
To the committee report, the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The committee report, during the committee report, we considered a significant amendment that was based on stakeholding with the industry, and we'd ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
The question before us is the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. That is a tepid aye, and that passes. To the bill. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this bill is a really important piece of consumer protection to help people protect their biggest investment, which is their home, especially for those who are 62 and older. Reverse mortgage is used by seniors, and it is an FHA loan, which is government-backed. And what it does is it helps seniors to stay in their home, age in place, and to be able to stretch their retirement and their pension. So we want to make sure that they are protected if there's a fire or a flood or force majeure and the house become uninhabitable.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill comes directly out of the experience of my community. It makes sure that when people lose their homes, they can't be foreclosed upon with their reverse mortgage just because they lost their home and can no longer live in their home. And we ask for an aye vote on the bill.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are members of the Republican caucus that have some questions, and I believe we have some amendments to be considered. So if you would allow my good colleague from Mesa County, specifically Grand Junction, to come forward with some comments, then we'll be looking at some amendments coming up, ma'am.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
Honor and a pleasure, sir.
And to serve with you, for that matter. My concern on this particular bill is there isn't clear indication from our federal government on their position on this particular subject. And my worry is if we get ahead of the regulations of our federal government, and if you look into the amendments, you're going to see that from the committee. If we get ahead of the federal government on this, and the federal government doesn't align themselves with this particular statute, we are putting senior citizens in a very, very precarious situation. I mean, very precarious. That all of a sudden they're in a conflict, and the conflict is in relationship to laws that have to do with our mortgage bankers on this particular subject. So while I like the concept, I would really like to see us put the brakes on this particular legislation until such time as we know the position of the federal government in relationship to mortgage bankers. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleague from Mesa County mentioned, this is kind of a gray area that we may be making a bill, that will be ineffective possibly at any date now. And the bill has some areas. So if we follow HUD, like I said, this could be ineffective and be void coming up very soon. And then the bill also has some gray areas. It requires the reasonable responses with the lender, or reasonably response to inquiries with the lender, but it doesn't give any sort of structure for that. Is this, you know, if I talk to my lender every 6 months, if I talk to my lender once a year, what's the parameters of that? How long do we have on this? And the repairing of the rebuilding of the home does not reduce the lender's security. How is that to be judged? If you're building a similar unit, the effects that might apply to that might change the ability of that, or change the security of that. So we have some questions for the lender, but I will let one of my other colleagues speak on this for a few.
Okay. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's some concerns in the Republican caucus. Some questions came up in committee, and I wasn't in that committee. Madam Chair, I serve on the Ag Committee and the Public Health Committee, not this committee. But the concerns that came up were so significant that my colleagues have brought forth second reading amendments. Second reading amendments that need to be addressed. Thankfully, the majority leadership is facilitating that conversation, and I thank them for their leadership. Because better legislation, Madam Chair, comes out of this chamber when we work together, when we listen to each other, when we talk to each other and listen, and then we try to work out our differences for a common good that involves compromise and fair consideration. Now, I will tell you that one of the smartest people in our caucus has significant concerns. Now, just for the chamber to understand how important these conversations are, when the state statutes get ahead of federal statutes, or when state statutes in this case are trying to predict or predicate an outcome in future time that is unknown, there can be danger. Particularly when you're involving senior citizens and you're involving their golden years and how they are to finance their retirements. And in this particular case, Madam Chair, just to make sure we're talking about the bill, reverse mortgages. Now, I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, but I'm going to tell you how this concerns me. Because our seniors, and I'll use my mother as an example. She's lived her life, she's worked her life, she lives in her home. She builds equity in that home throughout her life. But then there's this turning point in some cases where seniors have to look to finance their future years. People are living longer than ever thanks to improved health practices and our health systems.
You're getting to reverse mortgages, aren't you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was taking a little exit. I'm going to get back on the freeway, and I thank you for your leadership. I do appreciate that, as I was going a little off tangent. In this particular case, what people are able to do with their reverse mortgages, whether they're living in a home or not, really matters. And is Colorado statute aligned and revised with state statute? Are they synchronized or are they in conflict? Because what that could do, Madam Chair, is confuse our seniors. As they get older, they don't need more complications in their life. In most cases, every senior has lived a long and complicated life, and they just want some peace and quiet. They want to live those golden years and not have to deal with these very difficult challenges, specifically financial challenges.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's reverse mortgages and then natural disasters.
Okay,
That's
we're
where
going to
the
go back
horse
to reverse
wants to-
mortgages. So what I'm going to do is, in light of this, I'm going to ask a colleague that's more senior and more savvy and smarter than I am about these things to come up to continue this conversation.
Okie dokie. That's kind of my job, so I'll bring up the next person, and that will be Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in committee when this bill came forward. I think the sponsors have good intentions. But it didn't appear that this had been a very big problem in the state of Colorado. They could cite 2 examples of where people were hurt or had a situation that didn't turn out exactly right. Only one of them was foreclosed upon. And that was regarding a miscommunication, confusion by the lender and by the homeowner. So, you know, it seems like we sometimes have a solution and then we worry about finding the problem. I think this one, and I appreciate caring about senior citizens and about them living a life that's large and comfortable. They've paid on those houses for their whole lives, a lot of them. And now that's the one asset that they have that will allow them to live a life of comfort and as large as they want to live it. And I agree with that. I think these reverse mortgages are the kind of thing that we as a community and as a society should be using more of.
Representative Catlin, can you align the microphone so that we can hear you better? Thank you.
I was sure that we were being suppressed on that side of the building. My wife told me we were, so it's a positive. You know, she sets the rules of the house, kind of like you do. But the point is, reverse mortgages are a tremendous item that we've invented in the U.S., that we've been using for a number of years, and it's panning out. It's doing what was set up to do. They are living lives that are large and as well as they want to live. We only heard one sampling of a problem. There were 2 that were brought, but one was fixed before it went too far. So one of the things that I think we're doing is we're concerned about something that could be a problem, might be a problem, but is not that big right now. So the idea of communicating with your lender, I don't know how many of you call your lender and say, hey, how you doing? I never called my lender. Now, it was a different kind of loan, but I never called up and said, hey, how you doing? So what I'm getting at is that to lay out things that we need to do as the borrower is probably not necessary unless there is an emergency. And at that time, yes, we need to contact them and say, my house is not livable. Notifications and those type of things could be spelled out to where people would know how, when they sign that reverse mortgage, they know exactly where it is in the file that they put away. And maybe if that property's file system is blown up, we have some sort of mechanism for them to get back in touch with their lender. But I can tell you one of the last things that senior citizens want to do is to worry. They don't want to worry about, oh, should I call my lender? Should I get in touch with them? Everything's fine. It's spring. Now is this the time? I don't want to get to the point that we lay out how people are supposed to do these consumer actions.
What we need to be doing is creating a method for them to contact that lender when that mortgage is in distress. Prior to that, I don't think it makes much difference, and I think most of you would agree with that. The other item that was brought up in regards to the state of Colorado doing something that HUD is supposed to be doing, and we were told, at any time right away. Now, I know that's government speak for whenever we get to it, but we're going to be passing a piece of legislation that says things in it that go exact opposite to what HUD's doing right now. So we would have to, as a body, now, I believe, have to write another bill to rescind that so that we're in compliance. This might be one, and you've heard us say, and you've heard me say, I think we're going too fast. We might be on this one. Because as the federals start to figure this out, because it's all over the U.S., maybe we don't need to be first to the starting line. That's something that I think we're going to talk about as we go forward. But anyway, I wanted you to hear that my concerns are for the seniors. This is not an item where I would say I don't really care about that. I don't think we're going to take care of, I think we should take care of the lender. That's not what I'm saying. My first concern are the senior citizens that are using reverse mortgages. I don't want any of them to lose anything that they've worked their whole life for. I appreciate the thought and the consideration from the co-primes, but I'm not sure we have it arranged right now how it should be. So I think those are the kind of things I'd like you to consider until we get this worked on to the point that everybody is comfortable with it. Thank you. Hey.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1266? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of things with this. I do like this. I do like this idea. I'm not a big fan of reverse mortgages, but I understand the necessity of them, and I wouldn't necessarily overtly discourage somebody from getting a reverse mortgage under the right circumstances. But I do have a few problems with the bill in relationship to this. I think the 5 years is a little long. I understand the 60 days was a little short. 60 days to 1 year, I guess, is what that would be. It would be a little short. I would probably land somewhere around 2 to 3 years if it had to be done. But the reason, there's a few reasons with this. One is that 5 years is a long time to do a bunch of stuff that I think is not healthy to a few things, to the market, to specifically the housing market, to local property values, but also I think it potentially puts the overall concept of reverse mortgages at risk. And the reason is if we go out 5 years, one of the things that can happen is somebody with multiple properties, this one is damaged, it gets to be extended out. Now they can use that as, and I assume this wouldn't be a lot of instances, but I think it could be, this is that they could use this as a form of like short-term financing on something, rather than what it's intended for, which is more of a tool for long-time financial planning. And so when you have these exceptions to the concept, not just to individuals, but when you have exceptions to the concept, then it hurts the people that it's going to, what it's designed to help, which is specifically, most of the time, it's older people. This can be manipulated to be a money-making scheme, and it should not be that way, but it can and it will therefore be used this way to accomplish certain things. So, So for me, partly what I have a problem with is the 5 years. I think it should be a much shorter time frame if we were going to do this. Another thing that I think potentially that happens is that it does affect the local housing market. Now, something that has to be brought into that concept is the local housing market is, again, the 5 years. Because if you have a devastating something that causes this to be applicable, then it's going to affect the local housing market, because most people in that, at least in that immediate area, will be directly affected by this. But what happens is when you go past that 2 to 3 year time frame and you go into a 5 year time frame, now I think most of the people in that market, in that local housing area district, will be working on fixing whatever was the cause, whatever the damage was from that cause. If you extend this out to 5 years, you're going to potentially get some people that will not address their property because they know they have this 5 years on the reverse mortgage mentality. And again, these are bad actors. I understand this. This is not who the bill is intended for, but this is what will happen through it. Is now you're bringing down the overall housing market, because in that area you're bringing not housing market, property values in that local area because of some bad actors. And so I think if you shorten the time frame, maybe to a 2 to 3 year time frame, I think it would help accomplish the necessity of the context without damaging the people, or not just the people that are going to be utilizing this process or opportunity, but the whole market in the process of this. You've got an entire market that's going to be involved in this. So I think some of that has to also be included in the discussion. So if I was going to run an amendment, which I'm not, but if I was going to run an amendment, it would be just to shorten that 5 year time frame, because of all of once you get past that couple of years into that 3 years, now there's a bunch of potential for abuse of this, for bad actors to manipulate this, these kind of things. I also think that this bill is going to create, this will happen, and I'm sure the bill sponsors have processed this, but this will cause challenges, specifically paperwork, administrative challenges, timeline challenges, interest rate challenges. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be challenges for the lenders, for the services, and other parties that are involved in the reverse mortgage transactions. Now, again, I do have a bias here. I just don't like reverse mortgages, but I have seen where they benefit people. So I understand that I'm probably a small group of people here, but with this, I think I don't think we process the bigger picture as much as we need to within this bill, because of all of the things that to me are not included in the bill that should be included. What are some of how are we going to help all the institutions that are involved with this? How are we going to help them with the structure of this? When you take an idea and you put it over some of the very tangible, pragmatic things that are going on, the idea maneuvers the direction of the process. The idea becomes the thing that has to be reached, even if pragmatically it can't be, or practically it cannot be reached. This now sets the standard for that. And again, I don't think the 5 years, I think the 5 years is a bad idea. The shorter I could almost get on board with, because of this could be a possible good thing for people. Like I said, I've seen it good, but mostly I think it's bad. I'm saying reverse mortgages. So I agree that 60 days is not enough. 60 days to a year, I like the year idea, but I know that's not long enough. It should be longer. I think 5 years is way too long because of just all of these other things. So some of the things, again, to think about is how the administrative challenges are going to be difficult for all these. And I think part of that conversation is also whether the borrower is actually eligible for the exception based on the extent. The criteria is vague. It's too vague to really hone in on, or at least give the lending institutions, the reverse mortgage companies, enough information to say, well, this is how this person qualifies and this doesn't. This is going to be, I believe it will set up the potential for this company to have this criteria for what would be considered a disaster, a tragic event that would happen, and then this provider or this group would have a complete different set of criteria. And so you've got people that are trying to shop these companies based upon how that particular entity is translating our bill that is going to be, I think it's just too loosely worded within those things. Maybe this could be put under a study that would develop that out a little bit, and then we'd say, okay, now this is, coming from the study, this is what we think within a 2-year, 3-year, again, I don't like the 5-year, but this is how the eligibility would be designed. This is how we know that they're eligible or not based upon what we have in the law, because it's too vague. It's extremely vague, in my opinion. So it would have to, that would also then delay the process, because you've got this entity saying this is the criteria of damage, and this is how we know this person is eligible, and you have another group that is saying that they're not saying the same thing. Now you're going to have delay of coverage on this, and it's going to complicate the process. And so while the bill is saying, hey, this will make it better, this will make it better under these tragic circumstances, I think you might actually be hurting the reverse mortgage industry because of the vagaries within the bill and the 5-year time frame. So those two things coupled together, to me, are extremely strong loose ends within this. Let me just pause mentally for a moment and see how close I am to being finished with this. A little longer. I'm feeling I need to discuss this a little longer. So, everybody, did anybody else feel that? Okay, so maybe instead of 2 to 3 years, we could go 2.5 years. That would be a good compromise on that. Again, I think the 5 years is just too long. And I'm not picking on that. I know that can be, I know that number potentially is an arbitrary number, but I think the 5 years is a little too long for us to keep the bad actors out of the mix. It's going to be much more difficult for bad actors to try to accomplish some of the things that I mentioned in this. You know, I'll just mention them again. That they're going to use this for short-term financing. I think that's a dangerous thing. If we're going to use the reverse mortgage, if people potentially have the ability, bad actors have the ability to use the reverse mortgage concept to use it as a short-term lending idea, then what happens is the people that are doing the good things are, and they really need this reverse mortgage, the whole industry becomes suspect. The industry is now suspect of the people that they're trying to serve, which is the people that are potentially using these reverse mortgages. And so now you've got the entity that's running the whole thing and trying to provide a process for this, not doing a good job with that. So I'm now feeling like maybe I'm getting closer to being done on this. I feel like I'm close to finished. Okay, I feel like I'm finished.
Thank you. That was so perfect, that timing. Representative Ricks.
So members, Yeah.
Yes,
thank you.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, we are going to ask for your aye vote on this, and then during the Cow amendment, we're going to do a reversal to add something onto the bill. Okay? Yes, and the committee report has already been passed, so, yeah.
Rep. Brown.
Yes, thank you, members. As Rep. Ricks was saying, we have come to an agreement with my good colleagues, and we are going to pass the bill now, cow the bill in a particular way that allows us to revisit these questions, add the appropriate amendments that we've agreed to, and then we will revisit this question later today. So I appreciate your support in getting us through this process. Thank you.
So we ask for your aye vote.
Yep.
Okay, so the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1266 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title. The committee will stand in a brief recess. That's okay. The committee will come to order. Mr. Shebel, can you please read the title to House Bill 1287?
House Bill 1287 by Representatives McCluskey and Lukens, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning a county's regulatory authority related to short-term rentals of lodging units.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1287 and the committee report from Transportation, Housing, and Local Government.
So moved.
In committee, we brought forward one amendment to clarify that we were excluding hotel units from our short-term rental definition. And had a great conversation with the committee, and I urge an aye vote on the committee report.
The question before us is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, since the beginning of the pandemic, the short-term rental market, particularly in our tourism communities, has really exploded. In my home county, over 40% of our housing stock is now being used for short-term rentals and/or second home owner vacation homes. In Estes Park, in the last decade, there's been a 5-fold increase of short-term rentals. And while we know that they are essential to our tourism and outdoor recreation economies, and that they are critical in our rural areas to make more access for visitors, they do impact our communities. I've got a couple of short-term rentals on my street. And, you know, when there is a large crowd that has come to a residential home, there are impacts on parking, noise, water use, trash, and certainly neighborhood livability. It is when those short-term rentals are not complying with local ordinance or regulations that we end up with the most problem. And what I'm excited about with House Bill 1287 is that we create more transparency, a way for all of us to know which units, which homes, which condos are being shared on the short-term rental market. It will require that our platforms like Airbnb, VRBO, provide and share the license number for those short-term rentals. That way we know that they are properly authorized. Again, we are aiming at transparency. My hope with your support is that we will be able to better manage and understand how the short-term rental market is impacting our communities and ultimately just make sure that short-term rentals are complying with local regulations. I urge an aye vote.
Rep. Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the speaker so eloquently explained, in our rural resort communities, our economies rely on tourism, and in connection to this bill, a place to stay. With this bill, counties will have digital platforms in which property owners or agents must post a valid license on the listing platform in coordination with a given short-term rental platform. Properties will be removed from listing sites if their license is suspended, revoked, or violating local rules. Ultimately, this bill addresses the increasing popularity of short-term rentals and the less positive impacts that they may have on our communities. We'll be asking for a yes vote. Thank you.
Rep. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this bill came before us, I was very confused at first because I'm all about local control. And the niches, fun fact about Colorado is the majority of municipalities in Colorado are home rule. The majority of counties are not. They are statutory. So to have control or to monitor or even to account for short-term rentals, 95% of our counties need a statutory law. So this bill does take care of that issue and still leaves municipalities to do what they need to do in conjunction with the counties to monitor and do what they need to as far as knowing what short-term rentals are in place and how they work. This business is a big revenue producer for a lot of cities and counties. In fact, let's see, last year, I want to say, 2021 was 1.7 million in one community, and for 2022 it was projected 2.2 to 2.7 million in revenues. So I moved from a no vote in committee to a yes vote on the bill. So I asked my fellow for a yes vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I normally come up here and talk about local control and how the state's trying to take more of it and that we need to leave it up to our local governments. This is how we do that. And so I'm incredibly excited to be up here and say thank you for working with counties to give us more or give them more power so that they can control their communities in the way their communities want it. And so this is a good use of local control and very much support the bill. Thank you.
Rep. Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I as well was a no vote in committee, but after doing a little bit of research, I agree with the local control component of this. You know, I did a little bit of research on this. I polled some, and I just want to share these things. So in 5 counties in 2020, they spent $1 billion on the local economies, on Airbnbs. Short-term rentals in Summit, Grand Eagle, Pitkin, and Routt counties, they impact the workforce in that region huge. The study said that short-term rental users made up more than 30% of more than 5.2 million tourists who visited Colorado in 2020. That's a third of the tourists. Users helped support more than 14,000 jobs in 5 counties, which accounted for approximately 15% of all jobs in those counties, according to the study. The spending also generated more than $599 million in worker earnings. And if you look at all the spillover benefits and how those dollars get pushed through your community 7 or 8 times, and then finally more than $73.9 million in tax revenue is collected from short-term rentals users, the study said. So it's a revenue generator for local government. It's good local control. I think it's good governance, and I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I'm glad I was able to jump on with it. So thank you very much. I urge a yes vote.
Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually kind of like this bill. So when I saw the title of this bill, I got a little bit excited because one of my assignments when I was working for my municipality was the intersection of a lot of land use issues and how they affected public safety. So when I hear one of the sponsors of this bill talking about some of the concerns that can come from the community around these short-term rentals, I simultaneously get excited and cringe a little bit because it was my job to solve all of those issues when folks in the community were complaining about, oh, hey, there's a big party house that's always happening because it's a short-term rental, or you've got a whole bunch of parking on the road. You got a whole bunch of parking on the roadway. And so as I was reading this bill, there was a lot of things in here that, like I said, I really liked. Because as you all know, when you have a short-term rental, a lot of times the big companies that post and manage those short-term rentals, the online entities where you can go and find these rentals, they don't actually show you the address of that rental because, you know, you got to pay money to sign up to go do that. That's their whole business model. And so what this bill does is it allows a level of anonymity for the online marketers of short-term rentals, you know, VRBO, Airbnb, whoever else is doing these sorts of things. It allows some anonymity, but it also allows these rentals to be tracked, like it says on page 3, by the permit number or the license. Because you can have a situation where 95% of your short-term rentals are doing the right thing. They're managing their rental, they're responsible, they're making sure that they have responsible people in that rental, they're not causing problems in the community, they're not having too many cars, they're not the party house, they're doing a good job. But there has to be a way to track that small number of individuals who might not be doing what they're supposed to do. They might not be complying with the rules and the regulations around owning and operating a short-term rental. And so by allowing these rentals to be tracked through the permit number, you have that really nice balance that allows both the transparency for local government to be able to have a way to track these rentals and then to be able to enforce any actions they take against that rental if it's continuing to violate the community standards, and have that rental actually removed from some of these sites until they're able to restore or reinstate that license and get their act together. And so I see this bill as a really effective balance of transparency, so that like when I, as law enforcement, got called because this was the 3rd time in a month that a really loud party was going on at a house, when I get called, I then have the ability to report that up my chain to the city or the county and let them know, hey, we keep going out to this short-term rental. And then that city or, well, in this case, county, that county then has the ability through that permit number to say, okay, we're having issues here. And then if they choose to either take action against that short-term rental until they come in compliance, because there's rules when you go get a license, when they take those actions to bring that rental into compliance, now there's a way to also track that rental in the broader online marketplace to ensure that whatever actions the county has taken to bring that rental in compliance is also enforced on the internet marketplace of these things. And so you have a situation where if the county says we got a problem, they can actually ensure that that rental is being pulled off the internet marketplace until that rental complies with whatever issues they need to address. And so for those reasons, like I said, I kind of like this bill. I appreciate the balance that it brings. I appreciate the transparency. I appreciate the ability for counties to be able to track and enforce good behavior, good standards, community standards via a license or a permit for short-term rentals that may be causing, as we heard, parking problems, noise problems, loud party problems in the community. So I like this bill. Thank you.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It's a privilege to serve with you as well.
Thank you. We heard this bill in committee, and what it does is responding to issues in those communities. They know what's happening in their communities. They've been talking about it for a long time. What this will allow is the counties to do the things that they need to do because they'll have the statute that allows these registrations to take place for them to keep track so that when they're advertised out on the market, they will know whether or not that's a permitted house or licensed property, and each county is going to set up their own way of keeping track. So, you know, this is one of those, I think it's in response to the districts that are represented, and I think that makes it a yes. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to lend my voice in support of this bill. Short-term rentals are, I don't know, it's kind of like an attractive nuisance or something. I don't know what else to call them because they provide a great benefit but they also create a lot of problems in our communities. And one thing that I've also seen in my time as assessor is how they are kind of adversely affecting the tax base for many of our jurisdictions. And that's something that I would love to see us tackle as a body, because it's a very complex topic and something that definitely needs to be addressed. This is a great first step, and again, I congratulate the bill sponsors on bringing this complicated topic forward. Thank you.
Is Representative Bradley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also come in support of this bill. We have a lot of golf courses in Douglas County, which means a lot of short-term rentals. And we like to call Douglas County a little bubble. We don't leave it very often. So adding transparency and accountability by authorizing a license so that we can keep up with these short-term rentals makes my constituents very happy. So I just wanted to come down and thank you guys for that. I appreciate it.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1287? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1287 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1287 as amended is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1245.
House Bill 1245 by Representative Parenti concerning requirements under the Fair Campaign Practices Act for municipal elections.
Representative Parenti.
Madam Chair, I move House Bill 23-1245 and the State Civil Military and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
So moved. To the committee report.
Thank you. Colleagues, to give you a quick recap on what we did on this bill at committee, the first thing we did is we changed the revised filing schedule for towns under a population of 1,000. This piece of the bill we thought would have the most likely impact on the workload of our municipal clerks. We wanted to make sure it wasn't adversely impacting those 110 smallest towns in Colorado. The second amendment we made was a cleanup effort on the introduced bill. First, we removed the prohibition on contributions from political parties, which would then be treated as individuals under the law. We removed the language that would require re-amortization of the $250 contribution cap, making that a fixed number. We removed the 90-day filing deadline, and again in an attempt to reduce the impact for municipal clerks, and we added some clarifying and cleanup language to make sure the bill is consistent in terminology, and we urge an aye vote. Thank you.
All right. Representative Winter. Wilson, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is a little bit of an anti-grassroots bill. The bill slashes the individual contribution, but still allow contribution committees, independent expenditure committees, all these other groups where you don't have to follow the money to continue to donate. In fact, the difference between an individual, a person in your community donating to your campaign, and a candidate and a small committee donor is almost, let's see, 2,000, about there. So the other concerns I have with this bill are the fact, the burden it puts on local municipalities, and coming from a mid-sized municipality, this bill would require a lot of record keeping for a long time. It also requires a lot of rules in the ability for things that are already covered in open records law. So when you have open records law, it already defines the time periods, what you need to save, what costs can be incurred. And this bill asks actually for the municipal clerk to do that instead of just referring to open records law. So with that said, I'd like to offer amendment, never mind, that's to the committee report.
We're on the
Oh,
committee report.
we are still on, okay. With that, I would like to offer amendment L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. And your amendment is displayed. Would you like to tell us about it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would bring the minimum individual donation to the same level, basically, as the county. As we know, there are some of our larger municipalities are the same size as their county. El Paso County, the city of Colorado Springs is 85% of the county itself. So there is no reason that in that big of a campaign, you wouldn't be able to raise the same amount that the county candidates would run. Why would the mayor of somebody like Denver not be able to raise the same amount of money as the county surveyor for Denver County? So for Amendment L07, I ask for a aye vote.
Is there further discussion of Yes, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to share with everyone that after hearing this bill in committee, I felt very strongly about it and was really excited about the opportunity to increase transparency in municipal elections, to increase accountability in municipal elections, and most importantly, to ensure that there's a level playing field for both candidates as well as donors in the campaign process. And so I'm pleased to be joining Representative Parenti as a co-prime sponsor on this bill and would ask for a no vote on this particular amendment.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify a couple of things on this amendment, we will get into a larger conversation about home rule versus statutory towns. The towns that were commented on as justification for this amendment are home rule cities who have the ability to supersede this law through their charters already. There's certainly no reason to up the amount simply to accommodate them, and we would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always get a little bit nervous when we talk about there isn't transparency in this process, because there is transparency in the process. I also, I don't know how many of you have been through a home rule charter amendment, but it is incredibly long and definitely not an easy process. But I do like this amendment because I think aligning counties and cities makes a lot of sense. So what you're saying is the current statute is not transparent or accountable because counties are able to do this, but they don't think municipalities should be able to do this. It doesn't make any sense. If the current law is transparent enough, which we believe it is, there used to be no limits on counties, and the current statute that now puts campaign finance limits on counties is a newer statute that was vetted. And so if that's acceptable for counties, why isn't it acceptable for municipalities? I urge an aye vote, and let's give consistency to municipalities and counties. Thank you.
Representative Wilford. Yeah. Is there further discussion? Oh, Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. And while I understand the statement about transparency, I have a problem with that as it relates to municipalities. That's making the assumption that we are not transparent in what we do. And we work very, very, very hard to be transparent, and we are required the same restrictions under CORA. And so I don't understand why we continually bring these bills forward as if those of us in local government have been non-transparent, have been corrupted. And in this particular case on the amendment, we need to be consistent with where our counties and our municipalities are today. And just us as a state house, just subjectively picking a number of $250 per contribution, where does that come from? What scientific evidence is out there that leads us down that? And it inasmuch says that the dollars that have been agreed upon between counties and municipalities today, whether they be home rule or statutory, they don't know what they're doing. That is wrong to do from this body.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to make sure that my colleagues heard what I actually said, because I did not say anything about local governments not being transparent. I was on a local city council for 5 years and very intimately understand how local governments function. What I said was that this bill will help to increase transparency in the elections and campaign finance reporting processes. And I believe that my colleague, Representative Parenti, is more than happy to explain how we arrived at $250. But we would not support this amendment to increase campaign finance limits or to set them at $1,200 because the majority of Colorado municipalities do not represent the same number of residents that counties represent. Therefore, it's unnecessary that these levels be the same as counties. And flat out, counties and municipalities are different. They are not the same. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that Rep. Parenti explain how you came to the 250, please. Thank you.
Rep. Parenti.
Thank you. So we did a lot of research before coming on this bill. My team and I have scoured multiple municipal elections campaign filings, those that were available, and they're not very many, because of the other part of this bill that we're trying to amend, which currently only requires us to keep those filings for a year. So anyone who won an election more than a year ago, many of their campaign filings have already been deleted. So recognizing that a lot of that information is gone, and it's one of the things that we wanted to fix with this bill, we looked at those contributions. We looked at what is the size of a state house district? What is the size of a typical county? What is the size of a typical state senate district? What are the sizes of our municipalities? What are the current home rule municipalities, their populations, their existing campaign finance limits, where they are? What are the statutory towns? Mind you, the statutory towns in the state of Colorado only go up to the population of 32,000. I represent the largest three, Erie, Frederick, and Firestone. So this bill, while it will impact some home rule cities, it's really designed to provide some guardrails for those statutory towns. There's 159 of them. They're all under the population of 32,000. So if you think about how our, as state reps, campaign finance limit is $200 per election. We often say $400, but it's actually $200 per election. And this is creating a limit that's $250 per election. Again, authorizing and another payment if there's a runoff or something else associated with with that particular election cycle. It's very consistent, and in fact, more gracious than most of the campaign finance limits that are already put in the state. The other thing we did is then we calculated the number of contributions that had been received above and below the $250 mark, and that $250 mark came in at about 85%. So there's about somewhere between 10 and 15% of the donations that are coming in above $250, but the vast, vast majority of them are already coming in below $250. So I would really, I take a little bit of exception to suggest this is not that this is anti-grassroots. It's very much promoting grassroots campaigns, grassroots donations. It's making sure people are getting out into their communities, talking to people, and not relying on a single wealthy donor to fund their campaigns. Before the cities of Broomfield and Louisville put these kinds of restrictions in place, there was a $40,000 single donation to a mayoral race. We had another town put in a $100,000 single donation to a mayoral race. These are those kinds of exceptional exceptional contributions that really strike at the heart of making sure that our elections seem clean, seem fair, that the candidates themselves do not appear to be under any one person's or one entity's influence. And so I really would encourage us to look more broadly at this bill. Now, there is an amendment coming to modify this number. It's a friendly amendment. We're going to get to that later. It's not to the committee report because we are certainly open to some suggestions. But to tie this to the same amount as a county is as arbitrary as tying it to the 250, except that we researched ours, and we thought that this was a really fair number going in. So.
Okay, Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. I really appreciate that analysis. I know it was stated earlier that counties and municipalities aren't the same, but then in your analysis, you took in state house districts and counties. So I'm a little bit confused by that part, but we'll just leave that alone. I do take exception, though, about how basically the bigger the donation, the more you are owned by some special interest person or group. We all receive campaign donations. I do think it's incredibly grassroots. And when organizations donate to us, really, you guys are talking about accountability and transparency, but all you're opening the door for is more dark money in our process, which is the antithesis of what you're trying to do. That is completely the antithesis of grassroots. So just letting you know what this bill does. Thank you.
Rep. Frizzell.
I answer to many things, Madam Chair, it's fine. Friends, I rise in support of this amendment for a lot of different reasons. I have a lot of issues with this bill, to tell you the truth. First and foremost is that, once again, we are looking at a piece of legislation that usurps local control. It gets in the way of citizens in a community deciding what is right for that community. It's saying, we're saying that we know better here in this room, under this dome, standing on this green carpet. I don't have my cute pink glasses on, so. What we are saying is that we know better than the citizens of this state, the citizens of those communities who have the right and the power to make these decisions for themselves. We need to let those citizens and those communities make the decision, not us. I agree with my colleague from Colorado Springs. I don't know about you all, but my election to get here and sit in this lovely chair cost a lot of money. It was expensive. And getting those $400 donation checks was challenging. We live in a time when people are holding on to their dollars because there's a lot of uncertainty in this world. There's a lot of uncertainty in the economy. They're not going to just open up their pocketbooks. And I agree, this does open up local elections to soft money. And I think that's a far, far, far bigger problem for our communities and for our citizens. So I would ask for your yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Soft money can already be spent in municipal elections. This bill doesn't change that. Again, we would renew our ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, but I have a real problem with the statement that because our limits are different within our municipalities today or counties, that causes for corruption. I ran 3 times at a municipal level. I did have individuals that made contributions in higher than $250. In some cases, $1,000. Anybody that knows me knows that my ethics and my integrity are the most important parts of my character. And to imply that between $250 and $1,000, or in this particular case, $1,250, causes for corruption, causes me a real problem. That is not a causation that I can get behind. And I think we need to be careful with those words when we start saying that larger dollars create corruption. Thank you.
Is there further? Yes, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the bill sponsors. Instead of setting a statute that limits the amount an individual can give, why not set a statute that would allow the voters of that municipality to let the voters pick what the amount is for that municipality?
Representative Parenti.
The voters of municipalities already have that power by going through the Home Rule Charter process. You do not have to amend your Home Rule Charter to amend the campaign contribution limit. That can be done by city ordinance. But I would suggest that that process in and of itself is already being politicized. Soft money is already starting to influence even the process of the vote for towns to go through the Home Rule Charter process. We are seeing that already. So not just soft money, hard money donations as well, and it's one of the reasons that laws like this need to be put in place to protect statutory towns who otherwise do not have the power to set these limits themselves. They don't have the power to set these limits. So this is a simple change to add some guardrails to the system. And that's probably a broader conversation that's not to the amendment before us right now.
Representative Wilson.
That is correct. That's not to the amendment.
Is there further discussion of Amendment L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the committee report. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for that robust discussion. We urge an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report for House Bill 1245. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a yes vote on the bill. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
So now that we're off the amendment, why would you not give, and I was referring to statutory municipalities, why would you not give them the ability?
Rep. Wilson, we're on the bill. Yeah.
Yes.
He said amendment. You said now that we're on the amendment.
Why would you not give statutory municipalities and home rule municipalities that refer to Secretary of State campaign finance the ability to vote on their own amount for their municipality?
Representative Parenti.
Thank you for the question. Home Rule Charter, home rule municipalities already have this power. They can do it most of them can do it by city council ordinance alone. Some of them have to do a referred ballot measure. It depends on how their charter was written. We did not feel it was necessary to change the entire relationship between home rule and statutory towns in state law to simply put in a simple cap that would only generally apply to towns with less than 30,000 population. So that's why we structured the bill as it is structured. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the prior conversation, we talked about how counties and municipalities aren't the same, which I acknowledge there are differences. But now we're saying if you're not home rule county, home rule municipality, now you're not the same as every other municipality. And I think that that is a very bad precedent to say that the voters shouldn't have a chance to vote and be engaged in their process, and that we will silence their voices because they don't have home rule. Not every community is good for home rule, and not every community wants home rule, and that is their opportunity to decide. We should give them, their voters, the opportunity to decide what's best for their communities, regardless of whether they are home rule or statutory. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to speak, to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I just want to thank Rep. Parenti and Rep. Wilford for bringing this bill. And I just wanted to tell you a quick story, being from Boulder. And in 2019, I ran for the Boulder City Council. And when I ran, I was a student and also a working woman. I was not a wealthy person, and as a lot of you know, that Boulder is pretty wealthy, and there were a lot of wealthy people as part of the election process. In Boulder, you can raise not just the amount, but you can get, the contribution is set at $100 per person. And I thought that was, to me, that's a great process. It ensures clarity and also accountability that community members, even with $100, can participate and contribute to the process. When you have big companies or community members with a lot of money just giving a lot of money to election, what ends up happening is that the regular working folks, they don't feel like they're part of the process because they cannot give as much as someone who's given thousands and thousands of dollars to the process. And people get to raise their money, a lot of money very quickly. And also, for me, when I was running for city council, I had to raise part of my money within $25 increments. What that forces me as well is to be in the community, to engage people, and trying to bring them in as part of my campaign because of the fact that the amount was so low, the amount of contribution. So I think this bill is a great bill because it brings people into the process who probably would not be part of it. If you have to raise your money through low dollar amount, you're going to have to go into community. You're not just gonna throw a couple of parties and raise thousands of dollars, but instead you'll just go into community and trying to bring people along with you as part of the process. So I think this is a great bill, and I will be voting yes. And thank you, Rep. Parenti and Rep. Wilford, for bringing this bill forward.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my counterpart from Boulder, I hear what you're saying. I agree with parts of it, but what's good for Boulder is not good for Loveland. Why are we not understanding this? This one-size-fits-all legislation that we keep pushing down here is getting irritating. We have to understand there are 65 different counties in Colorado. Loveland is a home rule city. I have heard from many of my constituents that they feel that their rights are being stripped by this. In fact, furthermore, they feel that they were never asked whether this would be good for them or not. I do not understand why we put legislation into place without talking to cities that are going to be impacted or affected. As I represent Loveland, I stand down here and I urge an absolute nay vote to this, not even back to committee. This is a bill that does not take into consideration all 65 individual counties in the state of Colorado.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleague from Loveland for coming up. Loveland has a $130 city municipal election limit that they decided for themselves, and this bill will not impact that at all. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook. Good. Or you want to? Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a response to that, every bill impacts. You set precedents to do something else and further. Loveland set that limit, which is lower than yours, for a reason. We are responsible, and we know what we are doing. When you start putting legislation to where the state or legislation has to come down here and tell us what to do in the future, what bill are you going to pass next year? Let the city control itself. Why do we need to blanket bills across this bloody state? Loveland knows what they're doing. That is why our limits are the way that they are. Stop infringing on basic fundamental rights that are belonging to the city and to the citizens that vote within those cities.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow. This seems like a solution in search of a problem. I wasn't aware, I've not seen anything from the Secretary of State, law enforcement, or anything else that says there's crime and corruption going on fundraising. I'm not seeing anything filed against anybody, yet we're running a solution for something that hasn't come up yet. Is that our job up here suddenly, to start creating solutions? Oh, they say, well, what about if, money influences people? Well, if you're that weak of a person that can be bribed, well, then maybe you shouldn't be in this office, or any office for that matter. And I frankly resent that money can buy votes. Maybe it does with some people, but it doesn't with those of us that are here. So why are we proposing a solution that limits something that hasn't been violated? Why are we telling everybody this is the solution that solves everything? Why are we sticking our nose from the state level down to the municipality when laws haven't been broken? Secretary of State's out there saying, hey, legislature, you need to fix this. This is a problem. We've heard nothing from state police. We've heard nothing from law enforcement, sheriffs. Nobody's saying there's a rampant corruption problem. FBI, nobody else is involved. But yet, we got a solution for a problem that doesn't exist. That's not how we operate. That's not how we should be legislating. That's not our job. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the passion and the emotion that this is bringing up, and I just want to remind everyone that this does not impact a municipality's ability to self-determination, to decide if they want to change their campaign finance limits, if they want to have campaign finance limits. This is not impacting that at all. So please don't be misled down the path of believing that we're infringing on local control or anybody's rights. If Loveland wants to set their campaign finance limits at $135, great. If Thornton wants to set theirs at $200, great. This bill is not going to impact that in a negative way. Thanks.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to tell a story from my community. I have both home rule and statutory cities in my district. My district, my town of Louisville, has had some very high-profile elections, and developers have poured $100,000 into one of our local elections in order to get the outcomes from that election that they want. We were bombarded by ads at every turn, and money does affect our local elections more than we would think. We've had another candidate for our mayor's office spend almost twice what their opponent spent. We're a small town And we are not, but big money has come to our little towns just like it has come to the state level. So I see this bill as incredibly important in ensuring that that everyone has a voice in their democracy, and that just because a big corporation or a big developer has a ton of money, that they can't just go ahead and pour that into our local elections and pick the town council or the town board that they want. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is exactly for the big developers and those who want to put money in, because this bill does not limit independent expenditure committees. It barely limits small donor committees, and if a developer would like, they could have as many people open one of those as they could. So it could go over and over, and this, like we've mentioned before, it allows for dark money to donate high amounts and allows your neighbor not to donate as much. Also, this bill does affect any statutory or home rule municipality that currently follows the Campaign Finance Act, so that to change their charter, they would actually have to go back to, if their current charter for home rule was to follow the state campaign finance, they would have to go back to the voters and have an election over the amount or to change what they follow. Statutory towns wouldn't get that opportunity, so this does affect everybody a little.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, with all due respect, love what you're trying to do and everything, but I keep hearing the same thing over and over again, which is this doesn't impact. So why do we have a bill? I don't understand. There is no problem with this currently as it stands. Why are we creating a problem? Everything that a government does when it creates its own issue creates literally a tumble round of what's going to end up being an issue. So I don't accept the answer of this doesn't affect or doesn't affect. I don't believe that that's true in any way, sense of the word. I do not see any research behind any of this right now that this is a clear issue. We need to trust our cities and our counties to come up with their own stuff. They are in charge of their constituents. They are voted in by their constituents. If this was a bill only affecting my counterparts' areas, I'd be okay with it, but it's not. It's affecting mine. Please, 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 please reconsider this. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Local control. There are 10 bills, to my knowledge, from my memory, that have gone through this legislative session at the expense of local control. We've placed rent control on them. We're about to place local housing and growth restrictions on them. We're going to address land use on their behalf. We're going to prohibit certain things from rental agreements. We're going to force tenant screening documentation on them. And that's just a few of them. And now we add this to it. For those of us that have been mayors, that have been city council members, this is really problematic. You start to add up all of these bills that we are forcing down the throat of our municipalities and our counties, and we are not being fair to them. And in addition to that, we're not listening to them. They are capable of managing their business. They do not need us. They need us on some other things to have some consistency, but to continue to do these at the expense of local control, where do we stop? And this one, this bill in particular, pushed me over the edge. There is no need for us to get involved in local elections. They are more than capable, and they're honorable people, and they can figure out how to do this without us leaning over their shoulders. Thank you.
Representative Parenti.
I just want to make sure that we're all being very clear on terminology and roles and responsibilities here. Here in Colorado, we have state statutes defined in Title 31, which establish rules for the organization and administration of municipalities. State law actually dictates the organization and administration of municipalities, including their elections. But state law also allows municipalities to establish their own rules for how to govern their town through the Home Rule Charter process. Where those charters fail to address certain areas of law, then state statute applies. But this legislation, nor any other state legislation, with very few exceptions, override those matters addressed in a Home Rule Charter. So here again, we are tweaking state statute in this area to do a number of things beyond just establish a campaign contribution limit, which is, for whatever reason, the only thing that people are focusing on. What are the other things that this bill does? It requires independent expenditure committees to file disclosures with the town clerk, which is certainly not required yet. Some towns do it, not others. So if we're concerned about soft money coming into elections, we need to make sure that that money is being disclosed to the municipal clerk. That is something that this bill does. It requires campaign finance disclosures to be filed with the municipal clerk earlier than the current statute, which is 21 days. So right now, under state law, the first campaign finance disclosures are not required to be filed in statutory towns until 21 days before the election. Ballots are mailed before we have any idea who is funding whose campaigns. That's statutory. It also requires us to hold on to that data for longer. Right now, 1 year past the election, this bill, as it currently stands, would extend that to 10 years. There are some friendly amendments coming that are going to change that. So let us not wholly focus on the one issue of campaign contribution limits, which have been proven over decades of elections here in Colorado to promote cleaner, fairer, and more diverse elections and candidates. Let us focus on the whole of the things that this bill does, which is increase accountability and transparency for elections across for many municipalities across the state. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this bill is going to make sure that dark money is not touched. Nobody is addressing the actual corruption, and then we have the grassroots being attacked on all levels, and I can give you an example of that. I hardly raised any money. If I wouldn't have had a handful of $400 donors, I would have had nothing. Then a handful of people giving $25 and $50, and then I look and I see that people get $100,000, $50,000 from these dark money people, and I'm thinking, well, that's where the corruption is. The corruption is not my neighbor giving me $400. That is the definition of grassroots. Corruption is all of this other money that's flooding in that we will never, ever run a bill on, because that's where the pockets are padded here. I would like to run an amendment here. I would like to, you guys want comments? Oh, okay. I would like to run amendment L009 and have it properly displayed.
Representative.
I meant move, not run. I meant move this amendment.
That's a proper motion. And the amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
So I know we all know Tracer, because Tracer is what controls every single tiny little penny, which which is not talked about here too. But we're also looking at CORA. We all know what CORA is. We've got a part of this bill that is basically a repeat of CORA. There's no reason for it. It is CORA. Why do we even have this in here? So that's why I would like to strike these lines, and I urge an aye vote on 009 for the sake of redundancy and clarity.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would keep in place the one-year retention timeline, which we don't feel is in the best interest of democracy, and would strike the portions that required that this information be made publicly available, free of charge on websites or for in-person inspection. So again, in the interest of government accountability and transparency, we urge a no on this vote. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
I think this is the wrong amendment she's speaking to, and I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L009? A division has been called. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L009, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L009 is lost. To the bill, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've heard some of the stuff we were talking about, and there are concerns over the amount of funding that an individual can contribute. There are concerns over the length of time that municipal clerks, especially in smaller communities, are required to keep records for. And there's also been concerns about what municipalities are required to disclose if they're already in open records laws. So to try to combine all those things, I would like to move Amendment L010 and have it properly displayed.
That's a proper motion.
I'll let you go.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment would raise the individual donation from $250 to $400, which is equivalent to basically our primary and general election contribution for the House of Representatives. So it puts it on a similar playing field as other elected officials. This would also reduce the municipal retention from 10 years to 6 years, and would also disclose or make the municipalities follow open records law versus having their own laws that mirror open records law. I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Wilson, for this amendment. I will say, colleagues, that we did negotiate carefully this amendment, not only with my good colleague from El Paso County, but also with other stakeholders in trying to be responsive to the different needs and wants of communities as well as city clerks. So I do ask for a yes vote on this amendment. And the other piece I would add is that while the last section of this amendment makes it clear that individuals who submit a CORA request for these campaign finance documents would be subject to appropriate fees, there's also an inclusion of a requirement and an ask of city clerks to publicly post these campaign finance reports or make them available for public inspection, so that we are increasing access to these documents so that folks are able to get a better sense of how the candidates they are voting for are being funded. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? See Representative Taggart.
I rise in support of this amendment as well, although I must say I would like at some point as well to address the, on page 5, line number 1, if that continues to be 6 years for a person like myself, that means my city has to hold on to things for 14 years. That's an incredible length of time, folks, an incredible. So I don't know if we could add to this maybe 2 years as compared to, because that's 10 years, and, but I'm in support of the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L10. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L10 passes. To the bill. Representative Wilford.
Would just respectfully ask members for a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to thank the sponsors of the bill for working with us on some of these items.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1245? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1245 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1245 passes as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1041.
House Bill 1041 by Representatives Duran and Lynch, also Senators Janal and Simpson, concerning a prohibition against wagering on races of greyhounds that are simulcast from out-of-state tracks at which the races are conducted.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1041, the Business Affairs and Labor Report, the Finance Report, and the Appropriations Report.
Oh, wait. To the committee report? To the Appropriations Committee report.
Great. We did a technical fix in the committee report, and I asked for a yes vote.
The question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the bill, Majority Leader Duran. Oh, to the Finance report. Yes. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The finance report strikes the business report and delays the implementation to October 2024, which was done to get the tracks and the horsemen to a neutral position so that they have ample time to adjust their business practices for the transition. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report. Oh, okay. To the bill, Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill kind of finishes up something that we started in this state a number of years ago where we outlawed the practice of greyhound racing in the state, so physically racing in the state. So we made that illegal, but yet we still left the door open and allowed for and promoted that industry by allowing the betting on it to continue at different venues in the state. So what this bill does is it goes back and it says if we were in a position to morally say we don't want that racing going on, we need to back that up and say we really don't want it going on with allowing that gambling to occur in this state. Some other issues that came up with this bill was the potential impacts that this could have had on horse racing in the state. Horse racing and dog racing are completely different deals. I've said, actually in committee, that if I die, I want to come back as a horse that's being raced because those guys have a really good life. That is not the case of what happens with greyhounds. Greyhounds are become kind of an expendable item, and they run them literally to death and then kick them to the curb. It's a cruel practice. We made that decision as a state a number of years ago to outlaw that practice. What this bill does is it backs that up to say that not only are we not going to allow it to occur physically in this state, but we're also going to restrict the gambling of it in this state as well. It's a good bill. It does a good thing. If you don't vote for this, you really don't like dogs. And so this one is really for the puppies.
Is there any further discussion? Nope. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill. This came to my committee. I did not even think I was going to be anywhere near an arena where this would be a topic for discussion. I'm a huge dog lover myself. I really do want to thank the bill sponsors, majority and minority leader. What came across for this one is truly cruel. I'm hoping that Colorado will take a stand. They've already made the first step. I think this is the second step. This is an example of good legislation. And again, I urge an aye vote and stand in support.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just keep this short and simple, and I will say we should coin the phrase #SaveThePaws. I rise in support of this bill.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got to hear this bill in the Business Committee and the Finance Committee and in Appropriations. And it's like my own personal Groundhog Day, legislatively speaking. I'm not complaining. It's been really interesting to see this bill evolve a little bit, and I really want to thank the bill sponsors for going above and beyond, working with industry and stakeholders, making sure that this was a workable situation for everybody. Greyhound racing simulcasting is not a sustainable revenue source for horse racing purposes, and this bill really makes sure that it gets phased out here in Colorado. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here in support of this bill, and I've got some material here. No, I'm not going to read all of it. I've got some highlighted points, but basically talking about why this has been banned from live racing throughout the United States, except for West Virginia, and why this simulcasting is happening from overseas. These greyhounds are enduring lives of confinement throughout their entire life while they're racing, which is very short in most cases. They are confined for 20 to 23 hours per day. The only time they're let out is to use the ground. I can't say the restroom, it's a dog. But to do their business, they're let out. For those times, a little time in a little small dog run to get some energy out, and otherwise to run and race. The racetrack cages are barely large enough for the dogs to stand up or even turn around. The 2 West Virginia dog tracks, there were 10,230 greyhound injuries reported between January of 2008 and December of 21. During the same period, 435 dogs died or were destroyed based on injuries or lack of performance. These are some pretty troubling things, which is, again, why this was banned here and why we're profiting or talking about profiting off of simulcasting this from overseas, other countries, and even within our own country before hopefully they shut it down soon. They're fed 4D meat, which is used in dog racing industry to reduce costs. This is the meat that's derived from dying, diseased, disabled, and dead livestock that has been deemed unfit for human consumption. And USDA even requires that charcoal be added to the meat to discourage human use. This is what they're feeding the dogs as a regular diet. They are sometimes transported in a dangerous manner. They're muzzled during transportation in those tight, cramped crates and trucks. In 2010, 2 haulers were suspended for 30 days and fined $500. That's it, after 8 greyhounds died while being transported from Oklahoma to Arizona. Thousands of dogs are killed every year when they are no longer profitable. In 2009, the then executive director of National Greyhound Association estimated that 2,000 to 3,000, this is in 1 year, 2,000 to 3,000 greyhounds were killed in that 1 year. That is typically the ultimate fate of racing greyhounds. Between October 2016 and July 2017, 3 Florida Greyhound trainers had combined 30 greyhound cocaine positives. So greyhounds have tested positive for prohibited drugs to enhance their performance. In January of 2011, a local television station reported that 7 greyhounds had recently tested positive for cocaine at Daytona Beach Kennel Club during a race. Female greyhounds are routinely given anabolic steroids to prevent estrus. Throughout the country, female greyhounds are given anabolic steroids to prevent estrus, according to the industry manual, Care of the Racing and Retired Greyhound. This practice can cause side effects including increased aggression, weight gain due to water retention, loss of vigor, and viralization. How many dogs are required to operate a greyhound track? On average, a population of 500 to 1,000 dogs are required to operate a commercial racetrack. Generally, greyhounds compete at several tracks in multiple states during their short careers. And again, when they are deemed unfit or not winning the races, not performing to their standard, they are then terminated. So this is what's happening. This is why every state has shut this down as a practice. We do have horse racing. Horses are treated humane. Hearing this in committee, that's all any of the people that were proponents of greyhound racing were talking about. Their argument was our horses are treated great, but they don't talk anything about how these greyhounds are treated. And most of the people in here know I'm a dog fanatic, but it doesn't take a dog fanatic to see when animals are just being treated inhumanely for something that people are profiting off of. And whether we're simulcasting it from overseas, we're not doing it in our state, we're still simulcasting it in our state, which is profiting off of animal abuse, pretty disgusting animal abuse. So I'm in support of this bill. We need to get rid of this simulcasting within our state, so I encourage an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1041 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1091.
House Bill 1091 by Representatives Puglisi and Kipp, also Senators Marchman and Rich, concerning the income tax credit for a qualifying contribution to promote child care in the state and in connection therewith, continuing the credit for 3 years and expanding the types of contributions that qualify for that credit.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the appropriations report, the finance report, and the bill.
That's a proper motion. Go ahead, Representative Kipp.
Okay, would you like me to discuss the appropriations report?
To the appropriations report.
Okay, the appropriations report, we decided to dial back the additional credit, in-kind credit that we were going to be offering in this bill, and we gave the bill the appropriation it needed.
Is there any, Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did take out the in-kind contribution portion of the bill in the appropriations amendment. We'll talk more about that in the bill, but it does lessen the fiscal note and made it more palatable to some people, so thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report passes. Representative Kipp.
To the finance report?
To the finance report.
Thank you. In the finance committee, we just made some technical changes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Child Care Contribution Tax Credit is a tax credit that already exists, and this is just continuing that tax credit. Why this is so important, as we've seen, is, when I started on child welfare issues, I remember this case that has stuck with me forever about this mother who had to go to work and had to choose between, she couldn't find childcare. So either she couldn't go to work and feed her child, or she had to stay home with the child, and the child wouldn't eat that night. And it was heartbreaking. And so what she chose to do in this time of need was lock the child in a closet, because the child would be safer in the closet while she went to work so that she would get the money she needed to feed him that night. And that broke my heart and helped me, really motivated me to work on child care issues throughout the state. As a single mom myself with 2 kids, child care has been the bane of my existence, trying to make sure that I can go to work. And so when we talk about issues with workforce, when we talk about child safety, child protection, child welfare, being able to give the child care contribution tax credit is so important to so many families in Colorado. And so being able to make sure that our kids are surrounded by safety and love is incredibly important. And it also, putting them in these child care centers gives them ability to get high quality education. And so I was really excited and incredibly grateful to my co-prime to work on this bill, because I do think it is good for all of Coloradans. And the in-kind piece was one that was important to both of us. We are sorry that the fiscal impact was one that the state couldn't handle at this point. But if we really want to talk about affordable housing, if we really want to talk about the ability to make sure that we have more access to child care centers, eventually I hope that we get to revisit the in-kind piece, because I do think it is definitely something that could make our children safer and take a lot of pressure off of parents as they're trying to worry about working and managing child care. So with that, I will turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you. As we know, there has been child care shortages in Colorado since before the pandemic. We realized how bad things were during the pandemic as they became worse, as child care providers were put out of business. Basically, child care providers are paid very low wages because that's what people can afford, right? When you're starting out and you just have your new family, we need to make sure that we give everybody every advantage of being able to enter the workforce, being able to participate fully in society by giving this child care tax contribution credit and continuing it into the future. It has been successful. We hope to continue it. Regarding the in-kind piece, we do have language in the amendment that was in appropriations this morning that will allow the Department of Revenue to continue to report back to us on a good way to implement that. So we will look forward to revisiting that hopefully next year. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think both sponsors did a good job putting this together. I did hear in appropriations this morning, was that this morning? I heard in appropriations this morning that that the in-kind donations was removed because, correct me if I'm wrong, because the governor asked for this to be removed. That disappointed me greatly. I think that was a great part of this, and I don't know why. Maybe one of you two would know why the governor did not like that, because to me that fits. That's a nice little piece of the puzzle of this particular piece of legislation. So I was very disappointed to hear that the governor wanted it removed, and kind of, I don't want to pick too much here, but kind of disappointed that the sponsors gave in to that. I think it would have been nice to say, Mr. Governor, we're going to do it this way. But maybe explain to me if the governor gave you reasons why.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually appreciate the version that the bill came out of committee with. I think the bill sponsors came to a good place in that there is now time and space to sort through how would an in-kind contribution work in this credit space, because there is potential for fraud, or how do we really know what it is folks are submitting, and to be able to have a good clean process to do that analysis. I think this is a great compromise to be able to maintain the child care contribution tax credit and to work out what does in-kind contribution look like in this bill. So I appreciate the work that you did there.
Is there any Representative Frizzell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill. Having had to provide child care for my own kiddos when they were growing up as a full-time working mom, I know how important this is. And gosh, you want to talk about making Colorado affordable? You want to talk about walking that walk of making this state a place where you can afford to work outside the home and make sure, ensure, and trust, and be confident that your kiddos are well taken care of. That's a big deal. It's a really big deal. I would like to echo the disappointment that was expressed by my colleague from Colorado Springs on having to take out this in-kind contribution aspect of this bill. I think that that's really important. And we spend money on lots of different things in this state. Sitting on the Appropriations Committee, sitting in Finance, I've seen us work through bills that spend money on kind of boondoggles, things that, I don't know. I mean, they're important. They're important to some people. They're important to certain sectors. But these are our kids. These are our kids that we're talking about. And I challenge us, I challenge this body to figure it out. Let's figure it out and make sure that next time around, we do include this aspect, the in-kind contribution, because our child care providers deserve it, our kids deserve it, our communities deserve it, and our parents deserve it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think it's important to note that we have not given up on the in-kind piece. Just because you're not seeing it this session doesn't mean it's not coming. We did fight incredibly hard to make sure that we could figure out a way to implement, but as we know, it takes time to do those workarounds. And so those are still conversations that are occurring. Those are still conversations that are incredibly important to us that I definitely am I'm definitely committed to, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's a little bit loud.
It's a little loud in here. If we could quiet down, please. Thank you.
But we are incredibly committed to making sure that this eventually does get implemented. We are working with stakeholders, we're working with the governor's office, we're working with regulatory agencies. We're all at the table, we're all committed to this, but it's just taking more time. With that, though, I would like to offer an amendment, if I may, Madam Chair. I move L010 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper
Properly
motion.
displayed.
It is properly displayed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just amends the printed bill, page 1, line 104, striking expanding and substituting requiring the Department of Revenue to develop recommendations for the expansion of the in-kind piece. And this will hold them accountable to continue to work with us as we try to develop a process for implementation of the in-kind piece. Thank you.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you. We think that this makes it clear that we are continuing to work on this piece into the future, and we ask for an aye vote on the amendment and the bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L10. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L10 passes. To the bill. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1091. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1091 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1102.
House Bill 1102 by Representatives Evans and Byrd, also Senators Roberts and Hansen, concerning the high visibility alcohol and drug impaired driving enforcement program.
Representative Evans. Oh, we're going to take a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1102 and the Judiciary Report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report. Representative Byrd.
So in the Appropriations Committee, we made sure that funding is appropriated to the Office of Transportation Safety and also changed the funding source for this program from the Marijuana Tax Cash Fund to the State Highway Fund. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report passes. Representative Byrd.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move the Judiciary Committee report, and I have an amendment. Several. And ask that it be properly displayed, please. This is, so I move Amendment L012 and ask that it be appropriately displayed.
That is an appropriate, proper motion. And the amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
So, yes, members, we had robust conversation about this bill and ways that we could make it even better in the Judiciary Committee. And one of those ways to make this bill better is reflected in this amendment. We want to make sure that when we are funding law enforcement agencies to conduct these high visibility enforcement events, that officers are not required to go out and get a certain number of tickets. No quotas can be imposed. Also, we are requiring participating agencies to certify that their law enforcement officers are completing annual in-service training that includes training on proper restraints and holds, making sure officers are receiving anti-bias training rather. They're learning about community policing and situation de-escalation. So we ask for your yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. I also encourage an aye vote on this amendment. I want to thank the sponsors for being willing to draft these in the following two. When we spoke in committee, we passed an amendment to say that in alignment to the grant requirements, that the agencies had to kind of follow some of other existing prescriptive law and some themes from federal law on this, or federal practices. And so what this amendment does is really clarify what those are. So for example, you heard about when you do checkpoints, you have to submit ahead of time what is the number of cars you will check, or the frequency to which you would check to mitigate any sort of biases. Also, we ask that law enforcement follow, not so much just follow what we've seen in existing statute, but that the following of that and the implementation of those trainings also be reported to CDOT to be sure that law enforcement is working within the realm and space of existing law. So again, thank you, sponsors, and also ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L12 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L12 passes. Representative Byrd.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L013 and ask that it also be appropriately displayed.
That is a proper motion. The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed, Representative Byrd.
Yes, so thank you again, Madam Chair. So again, in the Judiciary Committee, our discussion talked about things that we want to make data that we're collecting as a result of these high visibility enforcement events. And to that end, participating agencies during these events must be providing data, and the Office of Transportation Safety will be required to compile that data and prepare an annual report that will provide the public with important information, including a listing of the agencies that are participating in these events, the time, date, and location of each event, the perceived demographics of each person that is contacted, and the results of each of these contacts. So we know how well this program is working and how well we are treating the citizens who are being touched by the program. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L13 to the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L13 passes. Representative Byrd.
I move L014 and also ask, nope, oh, to the Judiciary Committee. And also ask that that be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. L14 is properly displayed. Please proceed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. This is also a result of our good discussions in the Judiciary Committee. We, with this amendment, are ensuring that any law enforcement agency that does not comply with the requirements of this law that we're passing or other laws and rules and regulations and funding terms that we have that are a condition of receiving funding from this program. If you don't comply with that and the law, then you are not eligible for this and you might be required to return the money back to the state. So you must be a law enforcement agency that complies with the law, which we expect that would always be the case anyway. I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was afraid this was going to happen. A lot of good amendments, though. A lot of good considerations. And with respect to the program, under House Bill 1102, alcohol and drug impaired driving enforcement, those are important programs that law enforcement does. This particular amendment here, though, I have an issue with. And it's right down there at the bottom. Now, I know if it hadn't been 1,000 times, it's been 10,000. One size doesn't fit all. Rural Colorado is different than urban Colorado. And I know you're going to kind of go, what? Well, allow me to explain. Those counties, those municipalities, those law enforcement entities in the state and across the state do things differently. Now, this particular legislation is driving for enforcement episodes, programs, and addresses all those issues. Now, here's the problem with this amendment. If you look at that, it says the Attorney General may bring a civil action to enforce the provisions of this section. Now, I'm not sure what the civil action is. If the Attorney General ought to be able to, as the top cop in the state, ought to be able to address those law enforcement entities and work with them and work with the judicial and the law enforcement branch to promote. But what is civil action? Punitive? I have a real problem with that language. The other thing is not every entity out there, not every law enforcement entity agrees at doing things the same way. But with this amendment, we call it the stick. This isn't the carrot. This is the stick. You see? This is if you don't do what we say, and you don't do it how we say, then you're going to get the stick. What is a stick? Well, let's just take a look at the amendment. Any law enforcement agency that does not comply with or that has engaged a peace officer who does not comply with the requirements of this section. Now, here's the problem, folks. Now you're talking about one specific officer, as if law enforcement doesn't have enough to worry about. Now that one peace officer has to worry about something with respect to House Bill 1102 or the agency. One thing's the agency. Yeah, follow the programs and do what you're going to do with the programs. But now you're going to go and dial it down to one specific officer? Oh, and wait, it gets better if you go back to the bottom and reference the last two lines. So does that mean the Attorney General is going to bring civil action against one officer, one peace officer? Is that what that means, bill sponsor? I don't know, but that's what I read. That's what I read. Now, when the bill sponsors come back up here, I'd like them to address that. I'd like to hear what that means. Because I don't think specific law enforcement officers, and you've heard me say many times, my brother's in law enforcement. And he's so sick and tired of punitive action that can be directed against him individually for just trying to do his job. What if there's a difference in priorities here? What if he's supposed to be involved in one of these programs, these enforcement programs, and something else comes up? Now he's going to be subject to this amendment? Because he didn't fully comply with some program that's described under this legislation, because something else happened, he did something else? And now the full force of the Attorney General is going to bring civil action to enforce the provisions of this section? I'm going to let the bill sponsors talk to that a little bit. Then we get back to this part. Rules, regulations, guidelines, or funding terms issued by the Office of Transportation Safety in administering the High Visibility Alcohol, Drug, Impaired Driving Prevention Enforcement Program. Now, I agree with the suspension of its funding, but should there be a clawback? Yes, that's line 12. That's the second half of line 12. Because the money's spent. And we'll talk a little bit more later this afternoon about rural Colorado and the rural-urban divide and how this actually infringes on rural Colorado to a degree. But I'm going to stop right there. I think I've said enough about the amendment. I do ask the bill sponsors to talk a little bit about some of those issues that I have raised with regard to this amendment and how it is not good for rural Colorado and the rest of Colorado. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Byrd.
I will just say, members, it is not too much to ask anybody who is asking for state grant dollars that as a condition to receiving that money, you must comply with the law. It's a very low bar. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment requires is that agencies and the officers who are using this grant follow the rules, the regulations, and the statutes that have been established previously. If a law enforcement officer or law enforcement agency does not comply with those rules, regulations, because we all know there's strings that are attached to money, if they don't apply with those strings, which they know about beforehand, then these mechanisms can kick into place. Now, this amendment and then the underlying bill are narrowly focused on preventing impaired driving on our roadways. So while I will be the absolute first person to get into a broader discussion about civil liability and law enforcement, this isn't the forum to talk about that stuff. This is talking about DUI enforcement on our roadways in order to protect and preserve roadway safety, and the funding, this is an existing program, the existing funding mechanism that currently exists to ensure that local agencies, local municipalities and counties have the ability to partner with other entities in order to do high visibility enforcement and saturation patrols. So all of this stuff here is stuff that already exists under this program. We're just making sure that it's clearly stated and clarified for agencies that are participating. And there's a lot of agencies. We'll talk about the urban-rural divide here in a sec. There's a lot of agencies that participate in it. But this is stuff that already exists when they choose to participate in these programs. So we would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Holtorf. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate those answers. And I do understand that a lot of organizations and entities are involved in this. I think I go back to the one point with respect to individual peace officers. And the last two lines. I agree. If the agency, if the law enforcement agency isn't doing this and they've taken money, then yeah, take it back. Whatever that is. But where I have a problem is the Attorney General may bring a civil action to enforce the provisions of this section, and it still leaves the question of the peace officer, an individual peace officer in there. You amend, adjust that, and let it just address the agency or entity or organization, who that peace officer works for, and oftentimes gets orders from. Actually, not oftentimes, every day. My brother goes into that meeting every day, and he is told exactly what they are to do for that day on that shift by those sergeants, where their routes are, what they're supposed to do, where they're supposed to patrol, who's working with whom, and who's covering who. So an individual peace officer should not have that scrutiny, in my humble opinion, particularly where they're under orders from their captain, their lieutenant, or their sergeant. Now, I don't want to be a burr in the saddle. I don't want to be that burr in the saddle. But I got a brother in law enforcement. My big brother does this for a living. He takes his job seriously. He puts his uniform on every day. He puts that belt on every day. And he goes out there to try to protect the good citizens of Jefferson County every day. Does he need more individual civil liability? We've already done enough to him right here in this chamber in past years. But now, the one thing that really bothers me about this amendment, up there at the top, where it has a peace officer individually, and he might be doing that under orders coincidentally or accidentally, following the direction he's getting from higher. But then the last sentence is what really bothers me. But then the Attorney General is going to get involved and potentially come after one individual peace officer. Do you think that one individual peace officer needs that hanging over his head with everything else they got hanging over their head? Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I have a problem with this amendment. It needs to be changed in a way to the bill sponsors that talks about the agencies and the organizations. But don't be singling individuals out in this type of broad statutory legislation. Not in this way. That's why I'm a strong no without an amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L14 passes. Representative Byrd.
So we are now back to the Judiciary Report. We've passed our 3 amendments, and in the Judiciary Committee, we amended the bill to require participating law enforcement agencies to submit to the Office of Transportation Safety a description of the required training that they are implementing, and also report data regarding how they are interacting with their communities, and the type, if there's use of force, giving details of that. So we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I was approached about this program, I was incredibly passionate about it because one of the assignments that I held during my law enforcement career was a dedicated traffic officer. And not only that, they found out I could do math, don't tell anyone that, but they found out that I could do math, specifically all of the math associated with fatal accident reconstruction. So I ended up becoming one of the subject matter experts that got called out when we had these messy, messy crashes. And unfortunately, what I saw through those experiences was the fact that a lot of times the serious injury and the fatal crashes on our roadways are happening as a result of impaired drivers. It's absolutely critical that we keep our roadways safe, because impaired drivers are a significant percentage of the serious injury and the fatal crashes that occur in our state and our community. And unfortunately, the problem is not getting better, it's getting worse. In fact, just this last year, Colorado experienced its most deadly year on the roadways since before I was born. We had more individuals die on Colorado roadways than we've had in, I think it's actually over 40 years, since 1981. And a significant percentage of those individuals were impaired drivers. In 2022, so last year, there were 278 suspected impaired fatalities in Colorado. That's up from just 176 3 years before that. So we've had over 100 additional people die in 2022 versus just 2019 because of impairment. We have to get a handle on this. And one of the ways that we're able to protect and preserve the safety of our roadways is through programs like this. I participated in this program when I was in law enforcement. What happens is CDOT is statutorily required to partner with state and local agencies for typically like high impaired driving times of the year. So you may be talking like Memorial Day, 4th of July, typically when you see all of the big banners on the CDOT signs that say don't drink and drive, the heat is on, or whatever the slogan is for the year. That's what this bill is driving. This is the funding source for those high visibility enforcement periods. And what those high visibility enforcement periods allow is for the state and local municipalities and counties to partner together to be able to bring resources together to be able to do dedicated impaired driving enforcement. Now, you heard through all of the amendments that there's a lot of safeguards that are in place around that enforcement to ensure that we're actually focused on bad driving, bad, impaired driving, where you can actually see that the vehicle is not being operated in a safe manner. Because these are the individuals that we need to get off of our roadways, those that are actually operating their motor vehicle in an impaired fashion. And this program has been incredibly successful in doing that. In fact, this program is responsible for almost half of the impaired drivers that are removed from Colorado roadways over the last several years. The problem is, this program is currently a low priority in funding. And so as other higher priority programs like interlock devices for first-time drunk drivers, as other programs take more and more money away, this program that actually puts folks out into our communities to keep our communities safe, this program is the program that suffers. And so what this bill does is it just ensures that there is a dedicated funding source for the high visibility enforcement impaired driving program so that we can have officers at the state and local level out in our communities following the guidelines that we've established to ensure that we're focused on impaired driving and not any bias motivated stuff, out in our communities to ensure that our communities are safe and we can reverse this terrifying trend of 278 suspected impairment fatalities in our state. Again, this is one of the highest number that we've seen in almost 4 decades. And so for those reasons, I would ask for an aye vote on this bill, and you should all be very impressed with me because I've testified in court to this stuff for hours on end as an expert witness, and I think I was able to get that out in like 5 minutes here today. I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just add to this. You know, we prioritize maintaining our roads, but remember, as we maintain them, part of that is keeping them safe as well. And this program has proven to be so effective. In fact, just to add to what my co-prime sponsor was talking about, we know from research that DUI fatalities and proactive DUI enforcement, such as these high visibility event activities, or rather high visibility enforcement activities, are highly correlated. For example, when DUI enforcement suddenly dropped by 24% in the year 2020, drunk and drug driving fatalities increased by 20%. So we have work to do here. We all deserve safe roads, and we hope you will help us achieve that by voting yes on this bill.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come down to rise in support of this bill. When I talk to the bill sponsors, And I read the bill that the department has not received funding since 2021. Wow. And then we had Matt here talking about personal stories of loss and loved ones being killed by drunk drivers. And I thought to myself, why are we not making our roads safer? This is crazy to me. So I just wanted to thank the bill sponsors for bringing it and reading a little bit. Colorado is required to provide funding for alcohol and drug-impaired driving enforcement pursuant to state law. Existing funding for alcohol and drug-impaired driving programs is decreasing. That's mind-boggling to me. And the Department of Transportation anticipates that money for alcohol and drug-impaired driving enforcement will be exhausted by the end of the state fiscal year 2023 and 2024. I'll tell you, the more we legalize, we've got to have better training for these officers, that's for sure. I do love in Section 3 that the bill sponsors are allowing it to be a local governed program that will let the local municipalities, cities, and counties establish qualified programs to support high visibility alcohol and drug impaired driving enforcement. I love that you guys are giving that back to the municipalities and counties. Just some statistics, because y'all know how much I love statistics. According to the United States statistics, one person dies every 52 minutes from a drunk driving accident. 28% of all overall driving fatalities, so 28% of all overall driving fatalities is attributable to drunk driving. 10,500 is the number of drunk driving deaths in the U.S. 28 to 30 people lose their lives every day in an accident involving a drunk driver. And that doesn't just mean the person that made the decision to drive drunk or impaired. That means people like me driving down the road with my family of 6 can be a victim of a consequence or a choice that somebody else made. I just wanted to read a little bit about drug driving and why it's important that we set up this training for law enforcement all over our state. Drug driving is driving a vehicle while impaired due to the intoxicating effects of recent drug use. It can make driving a car unsafe, just like driving after drinking alcohol. Drug driving puts the driver, passengers, and others who share the road at serious risks. The effects of specific drugs on driving skills differ depending on how they act in the brain. For example, marijuana can slow reaction time, impair judgment of time and distance, and decrease coordination. Drivers who have used cocaine or methamphetamine can be aggressive and reckless when driving. Certain kinds of prescription meds, including opioids, can cause drowsiness, dizziness, and impair cognitive function, so thinking and judgment. All of these can lead to vehicle crashes. Research studies have shown negative effects of marijuana on drivers, including an increase in lane weaving, poor reaction time, and altered attention to the road. Use of alcohol with marijuana drives drivers more impaired, causing even more lane weaving. Some studies show that opioids can cause drowsiness and impair thinking and judgment. Other studies have found that being under the influence of opioids while driving can double your risk of having a car crash. It is difficult to determine how specific drugs affect driving because people tend to mix various substances, including alcohol. But we do know that even in small amounts of some drugs can have a measurable effect. As a result, some states have zero-tolerance laws for drug driving. This means a person can face charges for driving under the influence if there's any amount of drug in the blood or urine. Many states are waiting to develop laws until research can better define blood levels that indicate impairment, such as those with alcohol. According to 2018 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, in 2018, 20.5 million people aged 16 or older drove under the influence of alcohol in the past year, and 12.6 million drove under the influence of illicit drugs. This is why this training and funding is so important. We're not talking about a handful of people. We're talking about 20.5 million people driving under the influence of alcohol. The survey also shows that men are more likely than women to drive under the influence of drugs or alcohol. A high percentage of adults ages 21 to 25 drive after taking drugs or drinking than do young adults aged 16 to 20 or adults 26 and older. So after alcohol, we just talked about 20 million people driving under the influence of alcohol and 12 million under the influence of drugs. Marijuana is the drug most often found in the blood of drivers involved in crashes. Tests for detecting marijuana in drivers measure the level of delta-9 THC, marijuana's mind-altering ingredient in the blood. But the role that marijuana plays in crashes is often unclear. THC can be detected in body fluids for days or even weeks after use and is often combined with alcohol. The vehicle crash risk associated with marijuana in combination with alcohol or cocaine appears to be greater than that for the drug itself. Several studies have shown that drivers with THC in their blood were roughly twice as likely to be responsible for a deadly crash or killed than drivers who hadn't used drugs or alcohol. So again, to the bill sponsors, thank you for adding drug impaired and not just alcohol, since we see that alcohol on top of drugs make it 10 times worse. I'll end with statistics from Colorado. According to CDOT, 691 lives were lost on Colorado roads in 2021, up 50% since 2011. So we have had 50% increase in 10 years of the lives lost because of drunk driving. Nearly 37% of those deaths involved an impaired driver. Since 2019, there's been a 44% increase in the number of fatalities involving an impaired driver. My 16-year-old son is now on these roads driving, and I want to protect him as best as I can, along with all of my colleagues' children that are driving and Coloradans that are on the roads. I would ask for an aye vote on this bill, and I think it's very, very important to the safety of our roads. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard this bill in committee, and my note here says that I supported it as one of the unanimous, since it was a unanimous vote. But I have since seen, and I'm going to continue to support it, but I have a question that I don't think was raised in committee, but I don't fully remember. I think we talked around this, but I can't remember if it was addressed on point. So I have these studies about saturation patrols and sobriety checkpoints.
Rep Luck, can you just hold up 1 second? Hey, members, it's pretty loud in here if you want to take your conversations elsewhere. Thanks. Go ahead, Rep Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I have studies from the CDC on sobriety checkpoints and saturation patrols. And these studies suggest that the most effective patrols and checkpoints are those that have large publicity campaigns around them. So radio ads, social media, that kind of advertising. And I guess when I was listening in committee, my mind went solely to those fun boards that whoever is the clever folk who come up with the puns and things on roadways, that's what my mind went to in terms of the high visibility component. I'm just wondering if you guys know whether there are these other elements that these studies are saying make it actually more effective than not, right? The study suggests that the more publicity you have from either earned media or paid media, the more impactful it is. And so I'm just wondering if you guys were under the same impression as me that it was just the fun boards, or if you know of other things that are funded under the high visibility component. Thank you.
Rep Evans.
I think this is my first time talking from this microphone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so that's on pages 4 and 5 of the bill, where it talks about these programs, or qualified programs can use this money to educate the public and inform communities about alcohol and drug-related traffic offense that support the high visibility and impaired driving enforcement episodes. So yes, it's a holistic approach, and that's why these are called high visibility. It's not just like the high visibility on the roadside. This is also supposed to be high visibility in terms of actually educating the community.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. So I guess I'm just looking for a greater level of specificity. Do we know how it is broken down in these programs? I guess I don't watch television, so commercials aren't my thing, and radio, I tend to not have commercial radio, so I'm just wondering, really my only exposure to high visibility of these types of programs is the big boards, and so yes, that is a good thing, but I'm just wondering if you guys know of where else this is actually being implemented.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so the answer to this is, interestingly enough, local control. So because this money is going to local municipalities, local counties, it's really up to those local governments to best know and understand their communities and understand how best to have that message communicated to their locality. So for example, in my old agency, when we would do this sort of stuff, we had city-owned, like the moving boards where you can put the signs on them and let them know, you know, we're going to be doing a checkpoint or something like that. And so that money could then be used as part of the grant application. After you do the grant application, that money could be used according to however that local municipality, that county, decided that the funding should be used in order to best communicate the message to their district. So you have a whole range of options that are available for cities, for counties to use this funds. Like I said, I could sit down and talk to you for an hour and a half about how you educate the public about these sort of things. I won't do that to you here today. But yes, there is alcohol in the context of impaired driving is actually one of the most studied topics out there. As far as how do we get the public to not drive impaired. So there is literally tens of thousands of pages of literature and studies and documentation that comes from NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, about how to communicate that message, and it's up to the local governments to, as they say in disaster management, these things are federally, it's like federally funded, state managed, locally executed. It's up to the local governments to figure out how they're going to use this funding to locally execute in order to best serve their community as far as educating them.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for that thorough explanation. I'm wondering, in your experience in law enforcement and possibly reviewing those thousands of pages of how to best do this, whether you came across a page of prepared slogans for those fund boards, or if my hope is true that there's just a really witty member on CDOT's team or on these law enforcement teams that come up with that. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not aware of any prepared slogans, but I have not read all tens of thousands of pages.
Representative Bottoms. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just add too that CDOT does a press release and media activation for every one of these episodes, just kind of further to some of the questions that were raised. Agencies typically use social media, and organizations have also partnered with local, MAD, and as a matter of fact, has actually partnered with local agencies to create media events. And again, a lot of this is to create awareness that the event is going to happen, educate the public about the dangers of drunken and drug driving, and the awareness too, and I think this might have been mentioned, just knowing that these events are going to be taking place has a deterrent effect on people. When they know that there will be an enforcement event, people tend not to make bad choices.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This does fall into something that's high priority for me, and that is drunk driving. And so just to set some groundwork, so there's no confusion as to what I'm trying to say, because I'm going to go back and forth on some things, but I think alcohol is one of the most dangerous things that's ever been created, invented, figured out, or whatever. It's responsible for so many deaths across the United States every single year. And not all of these, by the way, are drunk driving deaths. These are a lot of things. In fact, we've been talking a lot about domestic violence and things like that. Alcohol is the foundation of almost every one of those things. And then we added the ability to now drive. I mean, it was kind of there, but we really, really magnified it, the ability to drive high. And so we have the ability to drive drunk, now we have the ability to drive high, and these things are very dangerous for us. Even when I'm sitting at a restaurant and I see a couple people sitting there drinking quite a bit, I'm always thinking to myself, whose lives are they about to put in danger? And that always concerns me. And then if I see a small child with them, this escalates it for me, because they are most definitely putting that child in danger. And so this is a big thing for me. So let me read some stuff. Evidence for the effectiveness of sobriety checkpoints has encouraged the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to promote their use by police departments throughout the country. Although checkpoints increase the deterrence to impaired driving because they are more likely to attract public and media attention than traditional patrol enforcement activities, their effectiveness is still limited if they are not well publicized. Consequently, which obviously that's what the some of the previous discussion of the signage and advertisement and some of that kind of thing. I love to see the media, PSAs and all those kind of things about drunk driving, and I like to see the signs out there about drunk driving, and I don't think, just from perceiving this from sitting on the bench there, I don't think I'm as enamored by these as my previous colleague was talking about, but I think they're effective, and I think they're good, and I think I like to see them. I like to see when people are reminded as they're driving along the road, that some of them that like buzz driving is impaired driving. That's a reality, and they're saying in this report I'm looking at here that they're effective. They're extremely effective, but when they are like very, very publicized and focused on a specific area. Right? And that becomes difficult. That becomes difficult to keep that level or that focus across a wide swath of the state at the same time. It says here that saturation and roving patrols are other strategies used by law enforcement to curb impaired driving. These strategies essentially involve sending more officers than normal to patrol areas where alcohol-related crashes frequently occur, where the number of arrests for driving under the influence offenses are high. And so, and that does make sense. I think we all get that. You go to concentrated areas of potential drunk driving with these patrols. Now, this kind of legislation allows there to be those type of advertisement and also that type of finance, fiscal appropriation toward these kind of things, and I think that's good. Now again, as I said earlier, my focus to this is I would love to see us just make it where make it completely impossible to get out on the road with under the influence at any level. Doesn't matter what that level is, which is different actually particular places around the country, but I know that's an impossibility. And then again, like I said, we added to it the ability to, or greatly increased it with the ability to drive high. I think these are things that just, there's so many lives involved here. The enforcement techniques that are involved with DUI, and any influence of any particular, whether alcohol or drugs, marijuana. They differ in different states, and understanding how we're trying to develop this in Colorado, I thought it'd be interesting to look at some of this. In Georgia, weekly sobriety checkpoints around the state were used. They did an assessment of that. Louisiana initially used saturation patrols, which I just mentioned, and then began to conduct sobriety checkpoints about halfway through the program. And the police officers that I've talked to specifically about this bill do like the checkpoint mentality, but they seem to have a little bit different view, which is if you advertise these, which makes them the most successful statistically, but they feel like if you advertise this, it makes it less possible to actually catch the people that are the bad actors in this, and I would lean toward that way. I believe we need to be not just putting up checkpoints to deter, but also trying to catch people that are making a habit of this. Pennsylvania used a variety of strategies, including saturation or roving patrols, sobriety checkpoints, and mobile awareness checkpoints. I thought that was kind of interesting. You could check into that yourself. I don't think I'll take a lot of time talking about the mobile awareness checkpoints, but I think they're pretty cool. Tennessee used a combination of sobriety checkpoints, roving patrols, enforcement roadblocks. In Indiana, both sobriety checkpoints and saturation patrols were used. Michigan used saturation patrols and selective patrols only because in Michigan, sobriety checkpoints are prohibited. I found that interesting, and I hope we never do that here. In Texas, enforcement by smaller agencies were increased, and impaired driving enforcement equipment, which includes in-vehicle video cameras, mobile breath testing machines, etc., was distributed as an incentive. Texas was also restricted by law on the use of sobriety checkpoints. Again, I hope we make it possible to have sobriety checkpoints everywhere. Publicity played an important role in these projects. Although the research evidence is limited, publicity that leads to increased public awareness is clearly essential to the effective enforcement. Unfortunately, the most effective methods for attracting media coverage are not well documented, and the resources available to most police departments for publicizing their enforcement programs are limited. A partial solution to this problem is to use enforcement methods that attract public attention and that are easily publicized. Again, I do think this goes back to well, from my opinion, the most effective for me is the signs on the highways. Right, the changing signs on the highways. Different people might have different opinions about that. Probably even the sponsors have different opinions about this. But sobriety checkpoints are an example of such a method. Fear of being stopped and checked for alcohol use attracts attention to that enforcement method. Further checkpoint operations are highly visible, so they provide a direct indication to the public that an intensive enforcement effort is underway. Substantial grant funding, and that's part of what we're talking about here, and then also the grant funding also for funding for the advertisement side of this also. Supported the earned and paid media efforts. In each of the projects, professional media consultants or advertising firms were hired. Georgia used both earned media and paid media that were statewide. The Louisiana campaign used earned media with some public service announcements in only 16 of the 64 parishes in the state. Pennsylvania publicity effort affected 14 of Pennsylvania's 67 counties and had the potential of reaching half of the 12 million population. I hope we have those kind of numbers in Colorado. As a previous representative asked the question, and as the question was being answered, I don't think we have that kind of statistical analysis available for us. It'd be nice if we did, but it would be, to me, it would be awesome if we could get the word out to all of Colorado. I would like all of Colorado to be thinking all the time that there is some highway patrol police officer or something sitting around the next corner waiting to catch you driving drunk. You realize how many lives that would save in the state of Colorado? If every person that walked out of the whatever establishment that they're drinking in immediately were scared that they would be stopped for this, I think that would be huge. Of course, one of the key things that happens with drunkenness is you lose your inhibitions and you lose the ability to make a legitimate decision on whether you should be driving. So it says Tennessee used earned media and PSAs on a statewide basis. In Indiana, media coverage of enforcement efforts reached 80% of the state. We should be calling them and saying, how did you do this? And enforcement activities were conducted in 29 of 93 counties in the state. In Michigan, both the media and enforcement activities covered 80 to 85% of the state. That's great. In Texas, the increased enforcement covered small police agencies in the 14 most populous counties. In each state, a variety of data was collected about the publicity campaigns and enforcement-related programs. And again, this is great because we can use these, and I'm going to read some of the stuff from each of these programs. We can use these as part of this. As this bill is enacted, we can use these. These can be extremely effective for us. Georgia conducted a statewide enforcement campaign with statewide public information campaign, numerous sobriety checkpoints, and a community partnership. I do think that's also necessary, and I didn't really see any of that in the discussion or in the bill, but really having, I know we did talk about local control, which is in the bill, which I greatly appreciate. I think that's very important. Without the ability to have local control, you miss the power behind each local area to be able to accomplish this, because they know their strengths and weaknesses when it comes to being able to implement these kind of programs. So the public information and education campaign was conducted by a private contractor under the supervision of the Georgia Office of Highway Safety. The campaign initially emphasized earned media, but shifted to paid media halfway through the implementation phase at 12 months. And that's part of what this bill is doing, is not just going with earned media, which is important. I think you would hope and assume that earned media would be built into this for every local area. They would be behind this and want to be involved in this. But paid media also accomplished this on a level that earned media doesn't always get, doesn't always understand properly. United Parcel Service contributed resources for the media efforts. During the implementation phase, now this is amazing numbers. 2,837 sobriety checkpoints were conducted, with at least one in each of Georgia's 159 counties during the year and weekly in some counties. This required extensive cooperation among law enforcement agencies and resulted in 2,322 arrests at these checkpoints. This is the kind of thing that we need to try to accomplish with this. So I think as we continue to move forward with this, as I continue to look forward with this, here is the impact analysis methods. Program administrators and other officials at each site were contacted and data were collected to document the program elements. To compare outcomes across states, an analysis of the Fatality Analysis Reporting System, or FARS dataset, was conducted using an interrupted time series analysis for each program and the rest of the nation as a regressor series to factor out time trends. This is some great information that's coming down here. I'm going to potentially revisit the rest of this here in just a second. But I'm going to take a little bit of a break so my colleague can speak and so I can get a drink of water.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1102? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some quick questions on the funding aspect of this. I think I see that it's coming from the marijuana tax fund, and that's variable. So it's not variable? It is no longer coming from the marijuana tax fund, so my pink sheet is wrong. And so I had two questions. How is this allocated? It's 1.5 million for across the state, is my understanding. So how is this is this divvied up by population center? How is this done for the, since my colleague might want to know something about the rural-urban divide and something about a horse, how is this allocated across the different counties? And then the other question was just like, what is the new testing now? Because we have pretty definitive tests for blood alcohol blood alcohol content. And last I knew, we didn't have any for impaired driving that somebody is not, that does not come down to alcohol related. If it's THC related or some other drug, like how is this, just how is that done with impaired driving that's not alcohol? How is that determined? Because I remember when the THC issue was.
Rep. Byrd.
So 2 questions.
Yes,
Rep.
thank
Byrd,
you,
yeah.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. So I'm going to address the money side and related to the program. So as far as distribution across the state, I'll just remind members that this is a grant program. So funding will be dispersed really to be responsive to the grants that are, the grant applications that are received. And as with most all grant programs that we do in the state, each of these requests is scored, and there are certain requirements that need to be demonstrated before you qualify for the grant, such as demonstrating that you have an issue to be addressed and that you have effective enforcement. You have a history of effective enforcement. So these are some of the qualitative measures that are employed, and I'm certain my good co-prime can expound on this and then also talk about your second question.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll address very briefly, because again, I could talk. The state certification is 24 hours to get certified to do these investigations. So I could talk for 24 hours on this, but I won't do that. To do drug-enforced driving, what you're looking for is what we call divided attention. Divided attention just basically means that whatever substance you've consumed has affected the neurons and the anatomy of your brain to where you cannot do the multitasking that's required to safely operate a vehicle. So that means you can't maintain your lane alignment and maintain your speed and remember to signal and remember to turn on the headlights and all the other different tasks that are required to safely operate a vehicle. So officers administer a battery of scientifically validated tests to an individual to test that ability to multitask. Somebody that's not able to successfully pass those maneuvers, and who also doesn't have the odor of alcohol, is typically presumed to have some other sort of intoxicant in their system. And so based on that, then you can go down the road as far as identifying the intoxicant other than alcohol that is contributing to their inability to successfully pass a divided attention test. That is the 3-minute version of a 24-hour class.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1102? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1102. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1102, as amended, is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1212.
House Bill 1212 by Representatives Hamrick and Leader, also Senators Kolker and Danielson, concerning the creation of a Navigator program to promote apprenticeships to high school students.
Could have made it perfect back.
Representative Leader.
Let me put my glasses on. Thank you, Madam Chair. As another colleague would say, it is dope to serve with you.
It is dope to serve with you as well.
I don't even smoke it.
Representative Leader, would you like to move your bill, your committee reports,
Yes.
etc.?
I would like to move House Bill 1212 to the Appropriations Committee report and the Education Committee report.
Okay, I think you want to move the Appropriations report and the Education Committee report to your bill.
Is it? Yes. I move 1212 and the Appropriations Committee report and the Education Committee report.
Okay, to the Appropriations report.
Okay. I move, let's see. LZ, in appropriations, we asked for an aye vote on L004 and J002. L004 makes it a pilot project, and J002 funds it.
Is there further discussion of the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is adopted. To the Education Committee report, Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In House Education, we added L001 as requested by CSI, which substituted school for school and includes the State Charter Institute. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion of the committee report, the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003 and ask that it be properly displayed. No.
Just one. Yep.
Yeah. Well, he can have that one. This one.
The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The amendment has been moved and is now being displayed. Rep. Leader, would you like to tell us about L003?
Thank you. All L003 is a technical amendment to clean up the statute. The reason for the amendment is that the bill referenced the Office of Future of Work in Section 8-77-110, but SB 23-051, which was signed by the governor in March, moved the office to Section 8-15.8-103, rendering this reference inaccurate. So lines 3 and 4 of the amendment strike language correcting the name of the Office of Future of Work, but this was already achieved by Senate Bill 23051. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion of L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the purpose of this program is to increase awareness of registered apprenticeships. The programs among graduating high school students and to increase participation by individuals who are 18 years of age and older, but under 26 years of age is registered apprenticeship programs. So the need is in the spring of 2022, over 17% of Colorado's high school students needed more than 4 years to graduate. Out of 478,363 students that graduated from Colorado high schools in the 2021-2022 school year, 2.2%, that would be 10,524, dropped out. Colorado's high school students need more post-grad options and reasons to stay in school. Most of Colorado's general education high school students are unaware of the opportunities that a viable and lucrative third option exists. A career in the trades and industry which offers Colorado students good pay and benefits right out of high school. A career in the trades comes debt-free and provides career pathways with apprenticeship programs that pay you while you learn. Earned a skilled profession. So I want to thank my co-prime, Rep. Hamrick, for inviting me in on this extremely important legislation.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a high school teacher of 32 years, I was focused on making sure that each student had the knowledge, skills, and confidence to thrive upon graduation. College and the military are two excellent options, as my husband joined the Air Force at 17 right out of high school, and I went to college right out of high school. However, what was not presented was a third option, the noble trades and traditional and non-traditional apprenticeships. My son-in-law, Nick, is a successful journeyman carpenter, and my daughter, Eliza, is a first-grade teacher. Because of his excellent continuous training and support, he makes more than my daughter, and his benefits package is better. His profession cannot be outsourced, and he is in high demand. Unfortunately, most high school students are unaware of this option. I was recently in a local metro area high school, and I went into their post-grad office and asked the guidance counselor, if a high school student walks in here and lets you know that she would like to be a welder, plumber, or carpenter, what resource would you point her to? And he answered, Google. Colorado's general education students are often unaware of the exceptional opportunities open to them upon graduation in the trades and industry, this excellent third career path option, and we want to change this. House Bill 23-1212 is the result of the collaboration among public and private entities, labor and education, to address how we can get more information, resources, and support regarding the trades and industry directly to Colorado students, but not burden the already overburdened counselors and teachers. And we have crafted a multi-pronged approach. An apprentice navigator pilot program in 2 districts, one rural and one urban suburban, with an apprenticeship navigator who will work with local and statewide businesses and apprenticeship programs to develop informational materials regarding registered apprenticeship programs, to distribute to students and parents and school staff, and hold events for parents and students to raise awareness about registered apprenticeship programs. We will be targeting 9th and 10th graders and getting them to set academic goals and a graduation path that will qualify them for an apprenticeship upon graduation. Merely having these academic goals for their high school career will serve to engage these students more in school, for they will see the value of the classes and a high school diploma to their future career.
Representative Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, it's still dope to serve with you. So this bill will create and maintain an online job board for apprenticeships that is marketed toward and accessible to high school students and those who support them explore ways to incorporate registered apprenticeships programs into state career planning tools, including the Department of Education's individual career and academic plans, and on My Colorado's Journey platform administered by the State Workforce Development Council. Have the State Board of Education establish standards for individual career and academic plans for students enrolled in the state's public schools that include the Department of Labor's registered apprenticeship programs. Our partner in this will be the Office of the Future of Work, Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, State Workforce Development Council, and the Department of Labor, the Department of Education, and the State Board of Education, and the Trades and Industries.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This Navigator program provides students a much-needed tool in the apprenticeship programs registered through the United States Department of Labor's Office of Apprenticeships or a state apprenticeship agency recognized by that office. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 23-1212.
Is there further discussion of House Bill? Yes, Representative Hartsock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this in Education Committee, and we debated it heavily. And what was really interesting was following on the heels of a couple of the bills that we had debated and discussed. One was expanding the workforce, and the other was apprenticeships via community colleges. Before I joined the Army, I spent a lot of time working in construction. My dad was a master plasterer, craftsman, and he taught at the apprenticeship program that was at a community college. My grandfather on my mother's side was a master carpenter. He too taught in apprenticeships. When I was working construction, I know, hard to believe, I was in the Iron Workers Union, and I was in an apprenticeship program, and that was at the community college. And the company that I was working with paid for a fair amount of that. I'm a huge fan of industry driving the train because industry knows what it needs. I think the loss at schools of our apprenticeship programs, the cutbacks in favor of technology, and everything is focused on technology or going off to college does not serve the trades because someone has to build that technology. There's great design work, but someone has to do the physical building of not only buildings, roadways, and everything else, and that's done by the trades. When we were looking at this in committee, I voted no against this because I did not see enough of what I wanted from industry. I didn't see enough of a coordination. And I had a amendment drafted up that I was going to propose here today. And in consultations with the sponsors, and I greatly appreciate the time we had here earlier, and we had a lot of discussions. And we were trying to figure out who's supposed to stand at what given time when votes were going because we weren't paying attention to that part. But in that discussion, we came to a really good agreement. And I'm happy to say that I will not be introducing that amendment today. And we're going to work very closely to monitor how this goes forward to ensure that the trades are supported and kids get the option in high school to go into a job that produces not only income and they can make a living, but it's a path that gives them something that they're proud of and they can look back and go, yes, I did something. I will tell you, having been in, when I was in high school doing shop classes, which they don't have too much of anymore, it was great when you finished building something. Then when I was working construction and I worked on dam projects in these apprenticeship programs, when you were out there building structural steel and up there welding and burning rod, when it was finished and we had the whole construction team, we built the dam, that was a great feeling. You could look back and go, I was part of that. I helped build that structure. And that gives you a worthwhile feeling of contributing to the community. Things that promote that, I love because it brings it back to a community. I joined the Army and went on to college, a bunch of other crap that I did. But that building of something, that building stays there. And you can come back to your community and go, that building is still there. That road is still paved. I participated in that. And giving kids that are in high school that opportunity, that belonging, that sense of ownership, I think is absolutely critical to the fabric of society. It builds that cohesion. It makes them part of where we're at. It produces, from our point, taxes and revenue. We like that in finance. See, you getting smiles from that. But it's that belonging. You're going out. And you know what else? They don't incur debt. They don't go and incur that, whether it's college debt or a student loan to start a different business. They go out, they go to work, they start making money, start putting money in the bank, and they start contributing to society immediately. And they have a sense of self-worth. And that is one of the things that we are in very short supply in our world today. I joined the Army, I went a different path. I got my education that way, went on to do other things. But having grown up in a construction family and worked construction, I remember going out on jobs on the weekends with my dad as a teenager. It was great. We would build things, and even as a young teenager, I came away going, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. I didn't know exactly, I was mostly manual labor, but I learned a few skills with him. And I learned how to work hard, and I learned how to work to finish a job. It wasn't, oh, let's just start this and then somebody else will finish it. We finished it. We took it from start to finish. And that's an incredible feeling of accomplishment. That gives you pride. That gives you confidence. And those are things you cannot learn in school. You can't learn that. You have to experience it. And doing it by building something is one of the best ways. And we want to talk about mental health problems. You offer kids in high school a way to get a job, contribute to society, build their self-worth, and they can look at what they've built and accomplished. Wow, that's going to be better than any sitting mental health counselor, because that person did it themselves and they contributed to society. They can stand up and go, hey, I did that. And there's a lot of men and women that need that opportunity. They want to get out there and do that and be part of that society. I look forward to working with the sponsors as we check the progress of this bill and we see how things are working. You know, if it involves going out to schools, but I want to see the kids get into things and do things and get out in society. And based on all these discussions, I have come around to where I will now be supporting this bill, and I urge an aye vote on this bill. I thank you for your time.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the bill sponsors also for bringing this bill. I'm a big supporter of the trades and especially the training of that. And I applaud you for bringing a bill here that addresses that rather than a four-year college. Thank you. A couple years ago, I was on the interim higher education task force, and I know that I entered that task force about a year too late because it took me all summer to figure out what the heck they were doing. But what they were doing is really looking at what is education after a high school diploma, and what does it need to be as it relates to industry or anything, any business enterprise after a college diploma. And also they were looking at the trade schools and how to better align the trade schools with what is currently needed as a plumber or electricians, because the technical requirements for those professions have changed so significantly as the materials and work orders have changed in the years. So you're not putting in a simple switch anymore. You're putting in a dimmer. You're putting in something that lights that change color. And of course, you have to have the right type of electrical outlet for all of that. So I'm also looking here at this bill, and I'm looking at the stakeholding that was done for this bill. And I really want to compliment the sponsors of this bill and the people that they've worked with. And there is so many groups, construction and unions, contractor groups that are supporting a bill like this. And that is so important if we really want to get the buy-in for the people of Colorado. We need to also get the buy-in of the industries that are going to use this, and they will. So I want to say good job, great job. I support your bill, and thank you so much.
Rep. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was skeptical of this bill at first. It sounded like another position, another job for somebody in the school district. But as we worked through the bill, it brings first of all, it's a pilot program, so therefore we're not deciding long-term solutions in this bill. And the pilot program is based on an area that I already have similar bills going through that work with this bill. By having somebody specific to trades, we bring back not only part of our workforce that is getting ready to retire, but we bring back opportunities for students to understand that there are jobs out there that don't require going directly to college and spending 4 years and a couple $100,000 to be successful in life. One concern I had was it not covering all schools, but the original amendment to this, the first amendment, added in the charter schools. After that, almost every organization was in support of this amendment. The cost to this is not that high. And bringing these trades back is going to do a lot for our community. When most of us were students, we still had shop class, we still had mechanics, we still had all these different trade classes that now have been cut out of the schools that we don't have the funding or the programming to offer for. We were just joking about, I have the clock I made in 6th grade and it still works, and it still sits on our mantle in the living room. Nice big wooden clock. But on that note, this is a good bill, and I look forward to seeing how the pilot program goes and how we can build off this pilot program of putting somebody in the schools that acts as a counselor for the trades, for apprenticeships available in the area, and we'll see where it goes from there. I ask for an aye vote on this.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I normally am not on this side of the dais, but because I am such a big supporter of this bill, I have taken the pleasure of being on this side. I'm so proud of both bill sponsors. On House Bill 231212, Representative Hamrick and Representative Leader. And now I'm going to tell you something. This bill couldn't have come at a better time. And I'm going to shower these bill sponsors with accolades. They've been thoughtful, they've addressed a problem, and they have a real solution in this bill that helps build capacity in something that has been neglected for many years. In rural Colorado, we have tradesmen. I'm not going to mention Del Glassburn's name, but he runs an electric company. And he's late into his 60s, maybe even early 70s now. And he doesn't have anybody to take that business over. As a master electrician who has a business in place, do you know how hard it is to stand up and build a business? And we are so short in the capacity of the apprentices and the journeymen and the tradesmen who should be standing in line. We have failed to build the bench in so many areas. And now, rural Colorado is paying for that. In so many areas. There's a company, and I'm not going to mention Ryland Manufacturing, that does machine work, internationally builds blades for big equipment to move snow. This is all over the world. They take orders from Siberia. they don't have enough welders and machinists to do all the work that is in their list of pending work orders. Where did we go wrong? Where did America go wrong? Where did Colorado go wrong in not having the vision and understanding of the importance of trades, crafts, trades work in every one of these sectors? This bill and these bill sponsors bring, with what this bill does, brings this together so people can build that space and they can have a pool and start building the bench. And as my colleague from Douglas County, where'd he go? Oh, there he is right there. Now, I won't turn as red as he does when he gets excited. But my blood pressure does go up. Oh, he's doing it again. Don't look over there. But I do, ma'am, and I know, don't gavel me. I'll get back to the bill, but my blood pressure does get up here.
That would be excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I appreciate your leadership.
I appreciate your leadership too.
Now you're making me feel guilty, ma'am. But I'm going to wrap this up here very soon. But before I do, has anybody heard about Spanish time? Okay, back to the bill. I'll explain that later. It's a different time relative to time in the time continuum. But to the bill, uh-oh, now I'm getting a look from another dear friend of mine. This bill is so important all across this state because we need to build capacity in welding, machinists, electricians, HVAC. Do you know that the HVAC space, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, oh man. If I was a young person right now, you can get into these trades, you can become an apprentice, you can become a journeyman, and literally without any college debt, I'm not talking $30,000, $60,000, $120,000 worth of college debt if you want to go to one of these fine educational institutions in the Department of Higher Education all across the state. Nothing against them. But where the rubber meets the road in industry, as this bill helps us build capacity, then America gets moving again. Now, I didn't say America gets moving again to talk about the transportation business. But what you don't know about me, when I was 16, I was catching gears on an 18-wheeler hauling cattle. Can you believe that?
We believe you, and we believe that you have wandered away from the bill again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership. I hate it when I do that. But we need truck drivers. We desperately need capacity in trucking. We have a lot of foreign nationals coming to our country, and I'm a big part of the immigration population coming and becoming Americans. But most of the truck drivers out there right now, if you go into a truck stop, they're not born in America. They're first generation, perhaps immigrants, or they're on a work permit or work visa as immigrants coming to work and drive from so many places. I met a guy from Ukraine. I couldn't believe it, here driving a truck. But the point is, we need more truck drivers. And I think, Madam Chair, I'm going to have to let this conversation go because you know I could talk all night about this. I'm so passionate about this. If I could get more cowboys on this list, I don't think it's part of the program, but if I could get more cowboys, I'd really appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your attention. I apologize if I've strayed too far away from the trail.
Yes, Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill forward. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that as we consider everyone's individual learning styles, where people need to either have hands-on experience, some people can learn from a book. What's absolutely essential as we are preparing our workforce to take on complicated technical jobs, that they have the experience of being able to learn on the job. That's what's important. If we are not giving folks the opportunity to have that experience, to learn, hopefully not make mistakes, but when they do, to learn how to fix them, to be guided by experts, to be guided by masters, that is what's important with apprenticeships. And I support this 100%. I know that in my community and in my district, a lot of this doesn't exist right now. If we're past this bill, there will be more access to folks having that hands-on experience. Hands-on experience is key. I personally am someone that has to learn by doing. If you want me to learn something by reading a book, we're all in trouble. So I rise in support of this bill. I know that this is a good one, and I'm excited to the point when we get to saying yay. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I seem to be the only one who is rising in opposition to this bill, and on the grounds of the role of government. So I have a litmus test that I use to judge every bill, and there are the first two questions. The first question is this the role of government? And the second question is, if so, then is this the role of state government as opposed to federal government, local government, school district, etc.? My understanding of the role of government is to administer justice, and this falls out of that definition. In the event that it would be taken on by government, I would say this is really the role and responsibility of our school districts to look at how do you facilitate your students' awareness of all of the different opportunities that they have. I know in my school, it was a public school in Colorado. When I was in high school, we had a career choices class. It was a mandatory class that outlined a variety of opportunities that we could pursue. We also had a career counselor who helped to provide different information around whether we wanted to go to colleges or whether we wanted to go to vocational schools or pursue something entirely different. You know, it's interesting, the limited government perspective would say that this program, as valuable as it may be in another setting, is really better designed for the public sector. What we're really doing is acting as the marketing firm for particular apprenticeships. And why should we do that? Why should we expend taxpayer dollars and service one particular set of industry over another particular set of industry by promoting one and not the other? Moreover, are we best equipped to do this? Are not those providing those services, those apprenticeships, actually best equipped? Private organizations, businesses who may be taking in those individuals are likely better equipped to provide this type of service. So in other words, I am a supporter of institutional pluralism. The idea that there are more institutions in our society than just the government, and to have a healthy society, we should foster more institutions than just the government. And so therefore, I will be a no on this. And I do, with all that said, appreciate where this is coming from. I just don't think that we are the right entity to take care of that particular problem.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I thought I would be the first one in opposition, but no, I let my colleague cut in front of me. So I am definitely in favor of the intent of this bill, just not in favor of the, there are some problems, probably most of the problems that this body shouldn't do it. So I'm looking at it and I'm wondering, where is industry? Industry is clamoring for this, and I think it's important to look at before we come up with another government solution, why we are where we are. And a lot of why we are where we are is because of government intervention. And government intervention and encouraging unfettered student loans, which skewed the education market, which caused colleges to offer degrees that were not value added, and drove high schools to get rid of their previous hands-on activities like wood shop and auto shop and any of the other hands-on trades. Building houses was something that was done in the past. So the government got involved and then pushes the market. And now our solution is for more government involvement to push the market. So I'm a big fan of the apprenticeships. I'm a big fan of the trades. I'm really happy that we're getting out of this mindset that everybody has to go to college. But we can accomplish that we can actually accomplish that better by spending less and not encouraging people to take on massive amounts of debt. So some of the things I see in here are, so again, the intention is great. I'm all for it. 2 participating schools, I get that it's a charter program, but if it's a charter program and then it works, then we're gonna have how many more school districts are gonna add this, and then this is gonna expand. We already have the, the book to the Colorado State Apprenticeship Directory. I'm assuming that will be online for the apprenticeships. Those are things that the students can find. Industry is clamoring for people, and industry can best do this. So I think this bill definitely puts forward the value and indicates the value, and I'm really happy about that. That we're indicating the value of the trades as opposed to maligning them and forcing kids into something that just doesn't fit. But again, this is not a proper role for government, and adding more government to a government-created problem is not going to solve the problem. I think we need to look better at how to unwind why we are where we are, and because I can guarantee you we can get out of a lot of this problem by spending a lot less money instead of spending more money. So I appreciate the intent behind the bill. I appreciate the push for it. I just think we need to turn this over to industry, give them the encouragement that they need, and then get out of their way. Never tell people how to do things, tell them what to do, and they'll surprise them with their ingenuity. We've got a lot of very ingenious people out there that can make this happen, will make this happen. Industry is looking for workers. They will find the workers. They will encourage the workers. This is just another area where the government needs to get out of the way and not come rushing in with another solution. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1212? Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, I couldn't disagree with my colleague from El Paso County more on this one. I understand where he's coming from. I understand the role of government, but there are some exceptions. And this is one of them. In this space, now I don't want to cause any trouble. I don't want to get in a scuffle. But I tell you what, I'm standing by these ladies in this bill and what this does to help Colorado and Colorado industry. So, my colleague from El Paso County wants to go out to the West Steps and roll in the snow. Be out there at high noon.
Is there further discussion Representative DeGraff.
Madam Chair, I do not want to roll in the snow, but the powers that are not delegated to the United States Constitution are retained in the separate states or by the people. Colorado has that. If it's not specifically granted to the state, it goes to the people. This is a role that is retained by the people, and it is not something that either the Colorado Constitution authorizes funding for. Thank you.
Is there further discussion of House Bill 1212? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1212 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill as amended is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1041 is amended, 1091 is amended, 1102 is amended, 1197 is amended, 1212 is amended, 1228 is amended, 1241 is amended, 1244 is amended, 1245 is amended, 1266 is amended, 1279 is amended, 1285 is amended, 1287 is amended, passed on second reading in order and engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 232 is amended, passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. House Bills 1161, 1162, and Senate Bill 60 laid over until April 15, 2023.
Representative Amabile. Members, you've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Brown amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Brown moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report to House Bill 1266, dated April 11, 2023, to show that said report did not pass and that House Bill 1266 was laid over until later today, April 14, 2023.
Representative Brown.
Madam Speaker, I move the Brown amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as we talked about when we were doing 1266 earlier on seconds, I want to thank my colleagues from the other side of the aisle for working with us on language that we could all agree to. So I'm asking you to approve this amendment so that we can go back in time, approve the amendment that would be necessary to the committee report later today. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Brown amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, and 3 excused, the Brown amendment is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the Parenti amendment no. I'll need for you to withdraw it. I'm following you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the amendment.
The Parenti amendment.
I withdraw the Parenti amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further amendments, the question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Dixon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Dixon votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until 4:15.
Thank you. Thank you. We can go into recess and Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to withdraw my motion
Okay.
to stand in a recess
Until later today.
until later today.
The House will stand in recess.
Members, just anticipate that we will be back around 4:15.